Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. What is going on in this deal, man? Y'all give me a vortex in the chat if I can be heard. Let me know if I can be heard. Let me know if I can be heard. This is starting to get goofy. This is starting to get goofy. Oh man, I can be heard in this deal. Oh man, I can be heard in this deal. Dang, that is crazy, man. All right. Juju, Daddy Baby, what's going on, girl? Shalom. We back, Dreadful Cosmon. Let me know if I can be heard, brother. Let me know if I can be heard. Throw that vortex up in the chat. Peace to the gang once again. Y'all see the title, The Creating the Universal Light Workers. Are you for war or peace? Are you for war or peace? All right, so, I mean, look, we started the video, but that deal was getting jammed up on us left and right. So we started out going into the Josephus, and Josephus is saying that during the first century, there was only 3 philosophical sects of Israelites. You had your Pharisees, you had the sad ones you see, the Sadducees, and then you had the Essenes. He goes on to say that out of these 3, the Essenes is the only true ethnic Israelite. That's what he goes on to say. All right, so yeah, let's jump into this real quick then. As we back, let me go ahead and do a quick little recap. That way we ain't got to be playing around. Hopefully this screen ain't playing. All right, we can go ahead and get some understanding. Let me know if y'all can see that. All right, that right there, y'all, is Flavius Josephus, War of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 8, starting in section 119. Starting in section 119. For there are 3 philosophical sects. For there are 3 philosophical sects among the Judeans or the Yahudim. The followers of the first, which are the Pharisees, of the second, the Sadducees, and the third sect, which pretends to a severe discipline, are called Essenes. These last, or the Essenes, are Judeans, Jews by birth, and seem to have a greater affection for one another than the other sects have. So Josephus goes on the line and says that in the first century, and look, we know the difference between Jew and Israelite being technical. We know the difference. But when you're dealing with certain reference points in history, at times it's interchangeable because you're dealing with a people that really never had nothing to do with you. You see what I'm saying? But at times it's interchangeable. So what he's saying is that during the first century, out of the 3 philosophical sects among the Yahudim, the Pharisees, the sad ones you see, and the Essenes, out of those 3, the only ones who were Israelites, ethnically speaking, were the Essenes. See that? What are Essenes? Let's jump down and see what else he say about them. What else he say about them? Look at this. How they get on. All right, these men are despisers of riches, and so very communicative as raises our admiration. Nor is there anyone to be found among them who have more than another. For it is a law among them that those who come to them must let what they have be common to the whole order. So it's just like in the book of Acts, the 2nd chapter, the book of Acts, the 4th chapter. You notice that they start living in communities. They mobilize into communities and they share their resources. and they attacked whatever problem they had as a collective body, right? But see, that's the beginning of establishing the Creator's kingdom on earth. You feel me? You gonna build it, but what he had them doing, living communal, living in communities, that's the beginning stages of it. And that's how you defeat capitalism and all that. That's how you defeat it right there. So you got the blueprint. It's just when it comes to this, many don't want to make that sacrifice. You feel me? Look at this right here. It says, in so much that among them all there is no appearance of poverty or excess of riches, but everyone's possessions are intermingled with every other's possessions, and so there is, as it were, one patrimony among all the brethren. They think that oil is a defilement, and if any one of them be anointed without his own sweat appropriation, it is wiped off his body, for they think to be sweaty is a good thing. As they do also to be clothed in white garments, they also have stewards appointed to take care of their common affairs, who every one of them have no separate business for any but what is for the uses of them all. So they attack everything as a collective body. These are sayings. Look at his word. He's saying these are the real Israelites. And I'm showing how they live, and we're going to connect it to the universal light workers of the Creator. Because you'll see, no matter where you go in the divisions of the earth, you got your Orthodox dealing with the mainstream religion, then you got those who are the faithists amongst them, who don't believe in warfare, who don't engage in warfare, they don't kill animals, they don't chew on flesh. You know what I mean? They're highly spiritual. They're masters when it comes to the botany and all that. Yeah, healing, all that. All right. They have no certain city, but many of them dwell in every city. And if any of their sect come from other places, what they have lies open for them. See that? Lies open for them. Look at this word. It says, just as it were their own. And they go into such as they never knew before, as if they had been ever so long acquainted with them, for which reason they carry nothing at all with them when they travel into remote parts, though still they take their weapons with them for the fear of thieves. Accordingly, there is in every city where they live one appointed particularly to take care of strangers and to provide garments and other necessaries or necessities for them. But the habit and management of their bodies is such as children who are in fear of their masters, nor do they allow of the change of or shoes till they be first torn to pieces, or worn out by time, nor do they either buy or sell anything to one another. So they don't even sell anything to one another, but every one of them gives what he have to him that wanteth it, and receives from him again in lieu of it what may be convenient for himself. And although there be no requital made, they are fully allowed to take what they want of whomsoever they please. Dealing with these Essenes, the real Israelites, according to this first century historian called Josephus, right? Then it goes into their piety towards God. But we see that the Essenes are the ones that, according to him, are the true Israelites. They the ones that get down a certain way. They live communally. You feel me? Have all things in common. And as you keep reading, you see they eat a certain way. They're into spiritual communion. You know what I mean? They're very industrious. They work with their hands. All these brothers were very skilled, advanced in healing, advanced in botany, advanced in all type of things. And I found it very interesting that Flavius Josephus, the first century historian, when he named the first century sects amongst the Judeans or the Israelites, he named three of them. He said there's only three. You're either a Pharisee, a Sadducee, or an Essene. And he says out of these three, the Essenes are native born. The native born Israelites. Right? That means the Pharisees and the Sadducees, or the Pharisees and the king and the priesthood, were mingled. They weren't Israelites. They were Herodians and all that, appointed by Herod. You see? So I found that very interesting for him to come out and say that. For him to come out and say, like, hey, look, out of the three sects, the only ones that are Israelites are the Essenes. So it's like, all right, well, we got to go ahead and get some understanding based on who the Essenes are, what they were, what they taught, You feel me? How this whole thing come into action and play. All right. I see y'all in the building. Y'all get some understanding. Go ahead and give me a 9 up in the chat. All right. Let's get back into it. Yeah, it was hating early, but look, we're going to get to it. We got some things to show y'all, all right? Got some things to share with the fam. Got some things to share with the brethren, with the sisters. You feel me? Let's get into this right here. This is where we going next. The gospel of the Holy 12 or the gospel of the Nazarenes. All right. It said also known as the gospel of the Holy 12 was the very gospel that was repeatedly mentioned and described by many commentators of the early church as the original teaching of the Nazarene called Messiah of Christ, translated from the original Aramaic by Reverend Gideon Jasper Richard Ousley. Boy, got a long name, don't he, bud? Boy, got a long name, Richard Ousley in this deal. Now watch this. All right. Let's go into the origins of this so we can understand what we're dealing with. All right, now remember what he said about them, the Essenes. He's like, look, man, them was the ones right there. They was the Israelites. All right, now when you get into the Essenes and how they move, and once you realize, look, them brothers don't move how the Orthodox move. Them brothers ain't running around here, you know what I mean, aiding and abetting war. They don't do that. Look at this, the origins of the gospel of the Holy 12. This gospel recorded is the rediscovered document from which the 4 gospels as we have them today were built upon. That's major. So what you had in the 4 gospels everybody know was actually built upon this document that was circulating before them. It was the first formulated life of the Messiah and was written by St. John about the year 70 AD. When he was imprisoned in Rome and given page by page to one whom he could trust. When the scroll was completed and after its contents had been made known to the apostles, it was taken to Tibet by the same disciple. Really? Knows where he took it to. He took it to Tibet. He took it further east. Y'all see that? Took that sucker east. Here you go, thinking it's just about Israel. You ain't realizing, man, this is a whole brotherhood of light. It's a cosmic order all over this earth. You feel me? And you got people who never met one another but moved the same way and understood who the creator was and is. Understood his ever-presence and all that. But notice, it was taken to Tibet by the same disciple who left it in the care of an unnamed lama. Here it remained until a friar named Placidus visited the monastery in the 1870s. Well, look at that. From the 1st century all the way up into the 1870s, huh? Into the Cosmine era, rediscovered. And asked if he might show it to the church authorities in Rome. This scroll was then given to him, and on the way home, which took a long time, he translated a portion of it into Latin. And on his arrival in Rome, read it to the assembled cardinals. At first, they were impressed, but as he proceeded to reveal the contents, they realized that to make it known would discredit the church, which had during the Council of Nicaea eliminated. Look what the church did during the Council of Nicaea. Eliminated from the Gospels the master's teaching about the love and care of animals and about abstaining from eating flesh foods. So the scroll was hidden away in the archives of the Vatican, where it remains to this day. They're like, look, it's too revolutionary. You feel me? It's too revolutionary, especially when you realize, look, man, we've been doing this thing wrong the whole time. I brought this out in Israel a couple years ago. Them cats was ready to hang me from the Gateway Arch. Niggas was foaming at the mouth. Everybody was mad. I gave less than half a damn body. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Y'all got to deal with this. And especially when I start getting into the history behind it, good night. Look at it. The reason this gospel contains much that is in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is because there were many gospels written about this time. containing the true teaching of Yeshua. But this was the only one. This was the only one that escaped the pen of the correctors because they did not know of its existence. Really. The other gospels contain the teaching of Jesus about the avoidance of meat eating and about the love for animals. But all this teaching was eliminated by the correctors. The gospel of the Holy 12 is an authentic gospel and should be accepted just as it is as the original teachings of Yeshua. Like all sacred scriptures, the gospel of the Holy 12 is mystical. That shouldn't scare you. And for right understanding, it must be so interpreted. Its value lies in the teaching which in the garment is veiled. To understand the teaching, the garment must be lifted or removed. Then falsehood passes away, but truth remains. In all sacred mysteries, parables are used as garments for truth that is hidden in its very expression. And one of the sayings of Yeshua, as recorded in the Oxyrhynchus Papyri, I probably butchered that. We are told that which is hidden from thee shall be revealed to thee. For there is nothing hidden which shall not be made manifest, nor buried which shall not be raised. To those who hid the key to knowledge, Yeshua said, you enter not in yourselves. And to them that were entering in, ye open not. Ultimately, truth itself is unutterable, saved by God to God. Oh, wait. As stated in the gospel of the Holy 12, truth is absolute and is in God alone. To men is truth revealed according to their capacity to understand and receive. Look for the sufficient meaning of the manifest universe and of the written word, and thou shalt find only the mystical sense. I heard that? Look for the sufficient meaning of the manifest universe, of the written word, and you shall only find the mystical sense. To some I speak things common. To others in great light I reveal mysteries. My words are spirit and life and are not to be estimated by the sense of man. They, the prophets, hold on. Somebody mad. They, the prophets, here we go, right here. Letter, but thou disclosest the sense. They publish mysteries, but thou explainest the meaning of things sealed. They cry with words, but you give understanding to the hearer. At the close of the gospel of the Holy 12, we read, for them that believe regarding the spirit, rather than the letter which kills. The things herein related are true as spiritual verities. For others, they are as an idle tale. It was not without profound meaning that Yeshua said, raise the stone of the indwelling self to the level of spirit, and there thou shalt find me. And cleave the wood of the lower and outer consciousness, there am I, the Son of God and man, must be lifted up for the right understanding of the Holy Scripture. Yeshua said unto the sick of the palsy, and there are many such, arise and take up thy couch. One of the first acts of Yeshua after his resurrection was to open the scriptures to two of his disciples, Cleophas and another, whom he joined on their way from Jerusalem to Emmaus. These disciples he found reasoning together about the things which had then lately come to pass. And forthwith he expounded unto them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself, and he blamed them for their folly and for their slowness of heart to believe all that the prophets had spoken. All right, then he goes on more and more, but just giving you a few details when it comes down to the origin of this thing, right? Now, watch this. Now we're about to get into it and read about Yeshua and his tribe. All right. We about to read about Yeshua and his tribe. All right. We go right here. All right, let's get into it. Dang. We're going to go right here. Right here, chapter 6, boy. All right, yeah, we're about to go into the Gospel of the Holy 12, chapter 6. Let's deal with some of this. I'll go right here. I'm over here. Bang. Show you how the Brotherhood was traveling around, how they was getting down. All right, the childhood and youth of Yeshua, he delivered the lion from the hunters. All right, this is chapter 6 in the Gospel of the Holy 12, or the Gospel of the Nazarenes. All right, let me know if y'all can see that. Y'all should be able to see that. We're going to tie it on in. We'll tie the whole thing in. This right here is to show you the Brotherhood. Right, and everybody in Jerusalem didn't view Torah the same way either. I know a lot of people believe that, but that's not true. Right, we just read the different philosophical sects, and out of all of them, only the Essenes. Now the Nazarenes are a branch of the Essenes. Right, and Yeshua was a Nazarene, which means he was an authentic, real Israelite. Now let's see how they live. Let's see how they live. The childhood and youth of Yeshua. Now Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover. And they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren, who abstained from bloodshed. And so who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and from strong drink. And when he was 12 years old, he went to Jerusalem with them after the custom of the feast. So we got right here where it says that Yeshua and his family, even though it was Passover, they didn't partake in the lamb. They didn't partake of the flesh. They didn't partake of the strong drink. Right? They abstained from bloodshed, so they wasn't with the war, none of that. You see, now remember, Josephus says only the Essenes were the real Israelites. So how you calling yourself an Israelite today and you condone warfare? You chew on loin meat. Right? The ones that had the light of the Creator during this time period was the Essenes. They are the faithists. They are the Israelites. All right? And there were many branches of the Essenes. The Nazarenes were one of them. But notice how they observed the feast. You know what I mean? Notice how they observed the feast. They observed the feast after the manner of their brethren, which is to abstain from bloodshed, the eating of flesh, and strong drink. Y'all can't see that? Everything cool? Look at this. And when they had fulfilled the days, they returned, the child Yeshua tarried behind in Jerusalem, and his parents knew not of it. But they supposed in him to have been in the company when a day's journey, and they sought him among their kinfolk and acquaintance. And when they found him not, turned back to Jerusalem seeking him. And it came to pass that after 3 days, they found him in the temple. What he was doing in the temple. A lot of y'all know this story. Right? Look what he's doing. In the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. And all that heard him were astonished at his understanding and answers. Look at this word. And when they saw him, they were amazed. And his mother said unto him, Son, why hast thou thus dealt with us? Behold, thy father and I have sought thee sorrow. And he said unto them, How is it that ye sought me? Wish ye not that I must be in my parents' house? And they understood not the saying which he spake unto them, but his mother kept all these sayings in her heart. And a certain prophet, seeing him, said unto him, Behold, the love and the wisdom of God are one in thee. Therefore, in the age to come, shall thou be called Isu Mariah. Isu Mariah. Those that read Owaspi know what the Isu is. That's crazy. And be called Isu Mariah. For by the Messiah shall God save mankind, which now is verily as the bitterness of the sea, but it shall yet be turned into sweetness. But to this generation the bride shall not be manifest, nor yet to the age to come. And he went down with them and came to Nazareth and was subject unto them. And he made wheels and yokes and tables also with great skill. And Yeshua increased in stature and in favor with God and man. And on a certain day, the child Yeshua came to a place where a snare was set for birds. And there were some boys there. And Yeshua said to them, who have set this trap for the innocent creatures of God. Behold, in a trap shall they in like manner be caught. And he beheld 12 sparrows as it were dead. And he moved his hands over them and said to them, go fly away. And while ye live, remember me. And they arose and fled away, making a noise. And the Yahudim, seeing this, were astonished and told it unto the priest. And other wonders did the child, and flowers were seen to spring up beneath his feet, where there had been naught but barren ground before. And his companion stood in awe of him. And in the 18th year of his age, Yeshua was espoused unto Miriam, a virgin of the tribe of Yehudah, with whom he lived 7 years, and she died. For God took her, that he might go on to the higher things. Really? Which he had to do, and to suffer for the sons and daughters of men. And Yeshua, after that he had finished his study of the law, look what he do. Went down again into Egypt. Now he's traveling. I remember when the Essenes talk about the law, they talk about the natural laws of nature and the cosmic laws of the spirit. Now look at this. Show you how this thing go, man. All right, the Creator has universal light workers, right? And the brothers and sisters was linking up back then, right? Realizing they moved the same way and had never met each other. Look at this. And Yeshua, after that, he had finished his study of the law, went down again into Egypt, that he might learn of the wisdom of the Egyptians, even as Moses did. And going into the desert, he meditated and fasted and prayed and obtained the power of the holy name, by which he worked many miracles. And for 7 years, he conversed with God face to face. And he learned the language of birds and of beasts and the healing powers of trees and of herbs. Shout out to the herbalists out there. The healing powers of trees and of herbs and of the flowers and the hidden secrets of precious stones. Shout out to those who's into the stones and the crystals and all that. See, Yeshua was learning about all that. The herbs, the stones. You feel me? He ain't had no problem with his father's creation. That's what you do. You get old and superstitious and long in the tooth. Now everything's a problem. You see what he doing though? The language of birds and beasts and the healing powers of trees and of herbs and of flowers and the hidden secrets of precious stones. And he learned the motions of the sun and the moon and the stars. Sound like he understood that the universe ain't sitting still. And the powers of the letters and the mysteries of the square and the circle. That's the oldest circle or oldest representation of the Creator is the circle. Look what Yeshua learned at 18 years of age into his mid-20s. Squaring the circle and the transmutation of things. Sound like some alchemy going on. And of forms and of numbers and of signs. From thence he returned to Nazareth to visit his parents. And he taught there. And in Jerusalem as an accepted rabbi. Even in the temple, none hindering him. And after a time, he went into where? Assyria. And where? India. And into Persia. And into the land of the Chaldeans. Look at this. Look at this. Egypt, India, Persia, Assyria, Chaldea. Y'all, there are brotherhoods of light that worship Creator all over this earth. Now, I know you think it's just Israel. Nah. It don't work like that. You feel me? And the beautiful thing about it, we bump into these brothers and sisters in different divisions of the earth, and we all rock the same way. Look what he did. And he visited their temples and conversed with their priests and their wise men for many years, doing many wonderful works, healing the sick as he passed through their countries. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, y'all knew Yeshua was in India, Persia, Chaldea, Egypt. Yeah, all over, man. All over. You talking about the missing years? You don't know what he was doing? We do. Look at this. And the beasts of the field had respect unto him, and the birds of the earth were in no fear of him, for he made them not afraid. Yea, even the wild beasts of the desert perceived the power of God in him. And he did him service, bearing him from place to place. For the spirit of divine humanity filling him filled all things around him, and made all things subject unto him. And thus shall yet be fulfilled the words of the prophets. Look at this. I see this. Was into the herbs, into the healing properties of the stones and all that. That very thing everybody talk crazy about today. All right, yet be fulfilled the words of the prophets. Look at this. The lion shall lie down with the calf, and the leopard with the kid, and the wolf with the lamb, and the bird with the ass, and with the dove, and a child shall lead them. And none, it's right in Zach right here, and none shall hurt or destroy in my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Holy One. See, so when everything is established for real, ain't gonna be no more war and bloodshed. Won't be no more destruction in the holy mountain. For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Holy One, even as the waters cover the bed of the sea. And in that day I will make again a covenant with the beasts of the earth, and with the fowls of the earth, and with the fishes of the sea, and with all created things, and will break the bow and the sword and all the instruments of warfare will I banish from the earth, and will make them to lie down in safety and to live without fear. You see this? See, this whole walk is about destroying the weapons of war. Making a covenant with man and animal, or man and beast. You see that? That's what this whole thing is about. It is. And I will betroth thee unto me forever in righteousness and in peace and in loving kindness. And thou shalt know thy God, and the earth shall bring forth the corn, the wine, and the oil. And I will say unto them which were not my people, thou art my people. And they shall say unto me, thou art my God. Now watch this. Let me go back to the contents and show y'all. Let me show y'all some of this right here. Look at this right here. Don't start playing. Dang. Stay where you at. Stay where you at. Don't start playing. All right, here we go. It's chapter 46 of the Gospel of the Nazarenes. You get some understanding, give me a 9 up in the chat, family. Let's work. We cooking, we cooking, we cooking, we cooking. We round this deal cooking. Round this deal cooking. Cooking some healthy food around this deal. Here we go right here. We down in chapter 46. We're going to start around verse 7. All right? Let's get some understanding. Let's get some understanding. Let's get some understanding. Verse 7 right here. Right here. And it says, and Yeshua said unto them, behold, a new law I give unto you, which is not new but old, even as Moses gave the 10 commandments to Israel after the flesh. So also I give unto you the 12 for the kingdom of Israel after the spirit. For who are the Israel of God? Who are the witnesses of God? Who are the prophets? Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness. That's what Israel don't like. They be ready to kill you over that. Because you still dealing with exclusiveness. You ain't realizing now the creator is a universal creator. Right? And he's provided in every nation and tribe and in every age. So that his creation, so that his sons and daughters can draw near to him. Even they of every nation and tribe who work righteousness, love mercy, and keep my commandments. These are the true Israel of God. And standing upon his feet, Yeshua spake, saying, Hear, O Israel, Jehovah thy God is one. Many are my seers and my prophets. In me all live and move and have substance. You shall not take away the life of any creature for your pleasure, nor for your profit, nor yet torment it. I see that. Ye shall not steal the goods of any. All the land grabs, you know what I mean? Nor gather lands and riches to yourselves. Y'all see this? Look at this. Beyond your need of use, you should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature. Remember, Josephus says the Essenes were the only real Israelites. We just read where Yeshua and them are Nazarenes, which are a branch of the Essenes, and they kept even the feast after the manner of their brethren. No blood shed, no flesh, no strong drink. Right now we dealing with him when he's re-explaining what the Creator's ways are all about. Right, and he's letting it be known, you shall not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which bringeth disorder to your health or senses. So you got to ask yourself, are you a real Israelite? Because a real Israelite don't sanction warfare. A real Israelite don't chew on animals. A real Israelite don't spill blood. You got to ask yourself that. Right? See, you've been identifying yourself as an Israelite through curses. I'm an Israelite because I'm cursed. Now we saying you're an Israelite through your action. That part. You should not eat the flesh nor drink the blood of any slaughtered creature, nor yet anything which brings disorder to your health or senses. Look at Yeshua over here. They're saying talking about your health, right? Because and YAH'S reveals that what charges your blood charges your spirit. Everything you eat and take in through your mouth goes into your bloodstream. What charges your blood charges your spirit. And we got, so that gives more credence to what YAH'S is talking about. Why is Messiah saying in here, don't eat flesh nor drink blood, nor yet anything which brings disorder to your health or senses? How would he know that to eat flesh makes you sick? How would he know to eat flesh will bring disorder to your health and your senses? How would he know that? How would he know that? 2,000 years ago. And here we got a YAH'S come along in the 1800s telling you the same thing. You know what I mean? To eat flesh heats up your blood. You know what I mean? It makes your blood acidic. Acidosis. To eat the fruits and the veggies and the grains and all that, it cools your blood. It makes it alkaline or alkaline. If you got 2,000 years ago, you know, in these teachings saying that if you eating flesh and drinking blood, then you're bringing disorder to your health and your senses. See that? And that's right, man. Israel is Yashar, Yashar-el. Yashar means upright or justice. El is supposed to mean God. So if you claiming you an Israelite, you're saying you represent the upright or the just God, the just one. You see, so only action determines that. Only action. You ain't no Israelite waiting for Russia to launch nuclear missiles on America. You ain't no Israelite. You sanction warfare. You down with war. You down with the slaying of innocents. Look at this, verse 13. He's giving you the true commandments. You should not make impure marriages, where love and health are not, nor yet corrupt yourselves or any creature made pure by the holy. So even down to your marriages, your marriage is supposed to be based off love and health. Other than that, it's impure. See that? You see that? Ooh-wee, ooh-wee. You should not bear false witness against any, nor willfully deceive any by a lie to hurt them. You should not do unto others as you would not that others should do unto you. You should worship one eternal, the Father, Mother in heaven, of whom are all things, and reverence the holy names. Or even the OASB tells you that the creator is male and female. It's balance over this way. See, y'all's lining right up for you. You feel me? You just got to understand the difference between the creator and the lords and gods. Once you understand that, it'll open right up for you. Like, wow. Because you already on the path. You already on the way or in the way. You see that? Look at it. You shall revere your fathers and mothers on earth, whose care is for you, and all the teachers of righteousness. So that whole stigma that woman can't teach nothing is false too. Because it's telling you to revere your fathers and mothers and all the teachers of righteousness. Really. You should cherish and protect the weak and those who are oppressed and all creatures that suffer wrong. You shall work with your hands the things that are good and seemly. So shall you eat the fruits of the earth and live long in the land. See? You should purify yourselves daily and rest the seventh day from labor, keeping holy the Sabbaths and the festival of your God. You shall do unto others as ye would that others should do unto you. And when the disciples heard these words, they smote upon their breasts, saying, wherein we have offended. O God, forgive us. And may your wisdom, love, and truth within us incline our hearts to love and keep this holy law. And she said to them, my yoke is equal and my burden light. If you will to bear it, to you it will be easy. Lay no other burden on those that enter into the kingdom, but only these necessary things. This is the new law unto the Israel of God, and the laws within, for it is the law of love. There you go, talking about 613 laws. He's like, man, look, the law he talking about is the law of love. This is the new law unto the Israel of God, and the laws within, for it is the law of love. And that is not new, and it is not new, but old. Take heed that you add nothing to this law, neither take anything from it. Verily I say unto you, they who believe and obey this law shall be saved. And they who know and obey it not shall be lost. Y'all heard this? Y'all heard this? Oh, we. Somebody mad. Somebody mad. Somebody mad. What the hell's gas money, Ray? Somebody is mad. Somebody is mad. But guess what? Somebody gonna be all right. Somebody is going to be okay. I keep trying to tell you. It's gonna be all right. But notice what he's telling you. Like nothing. They ain't with the bloodshed. They not with the flesh eating. None of that. All right, so you got to ask yourself, who hoodwinked you into being like that? Who hoodwinked you into being like that? Back to the Gospel of the Nazarenes introduction. Don't worry, we're about to get right into a wasp in a second. Gonna connect the whole thing. We already got Yeshua traveling to where? To India, Persia, Chaldea, Egypt. We already got him traveling. And chopping it up with the priests and the Brotherhood and all these different divisions of the earth. Right? We already got the understanding of how they rocked and kept the feast. They kept the feast without the bloodshed, without the murder. We already got Josephus verifying the same thing. This is how they live. This is how they got down. Technically, they really the only real Israelites. Well, if they the only real Israelites and they abhor war, right? And they abhor sacrificing, and they abhor flesh eating. And they abhor bloodshed and blood drinking. If they abhor or if they are against all of that, and they are the real Israelites, but you for it and claiming to be an Israelite, who out here pump faking? Somebody pump faking me. Ooh, look at this. No religious tradition has affected the course of world history or contemporary culture and society as that which has become known as Judeo-Christian. This is the introduction to the Gospel of the Nazarene. Miracles have been witnessed, wars, there go the wars. There go the wars. Wars have been fought, continents conquered, grand musical compositions and dramas rendered, death and separation perpetuated, all in the name of the traditional concept of the Judeo-Christian God. Dang, boy, did they come that hard? Dang, all in the name of the God, huh? And what God is the Orthodox down with if over this way he's saying don't get down with the warfare? But they saying all this, the continents have been conquered, wars have been fought in the name of the Judeo-Christian God. So over here we know the name of that God. Yet little historical evidence was surfaced to trace the source of such pageantry and aggression until the discoveries made in the area of biblical archaeology during the present century. It is important to note that in the last century of archaeological discovery, more has been unearthed in biblical research than in the last 1900 years combined, as many manuscripts were uncovered, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Gnostic Gospels. The mysteries of these religious traditions began to unravel themselves. Many fragments have indeed verified some of what has been thought to be the truth. Others have provided revelations into the many paradoxes and obvious oversights generated in the attempt to fashion a historical thread to authenticate current tradition. Among the most controversial of these, that continues to be a catalyst for such revelation, whose parent text is an original Aramaic Hebrew version of Matthew. That's crazy because the Matthew you got in your Bible, its parent one is Greek. Is one that has persisted mysteriously throughout the ages. This gospel, which has been referred to under a number of different titles, i.e. the Gospel of the Nazarenes, Hebrews, and Ebionites, among others, should prove to be the oldest, look at this, y'all, should prove to be the oldest of all accounts of Yeshua's life. That's what we're reading right now. It's saying this is the oldest account of it. So this predates your Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and this is where they got most of their information from. Most recently published in London, circa 1870, as the Gospel of the Holy 12, the open explanatory preface of this derivative states. What's this? That's what it states. We brought this out 2 years ago in Israel. Boy, these Millie Mouth Negroes was pissed. As NehemiYAH, big homie, they was mad at you, bro. They like, man, they was trying to call themselves holding councils, throwing threats. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Talk that over there. And this gospel is one of the most ancient and complete of early pre-Christian fragments, preserved in one of the monasteries of the Buddhist monks in Tibet. Hold on. So you mean to tell me this gospel was preserved in a Buddhist monastery? Now, why would apostles trust those that are in Buddhist monasteries to preserve their text? They must be a part of the same brotherhood and move and teach the same exact science and the same thing. You feel me? That's what that is. Preserved in one of the monasteries of the Buddhist monks in Tibet, where it was hidden by some of the who? Essene community. There it is. I ain't making all this stuff up, y'all. I'm your brother. I ain't finna lie to you now. You see this? What you mean the Essene community amongst the Buddhists in Tibet? I remember the name of the class. What's the name of the class, y'all? The Creator and His Universal Light Workers. Well, here is showing that apostles of the way, who are really of the Essene order, Nazarenes, were already in connection and trusted those in the Buddhist monasteries, trusted them enough to hold on and to keep their writings of their traditions, where it was hidden by some of the Essene community for safety from the hands of corruptors, and now for the first time translated from the Aramaic. The contents clearly show it to be an early Essene Nazarene writing. Now we got Josephus saying the Essenes are the only Israelites. It ain't the Pharisees and the sad ones you see. It's only the Essenes. The contents clearly show it to be an early Essene or Nazarene writing. This ancient community of Jewish sect called the Essenes, Nazarites or Nizeers, strongly resembled the who? The Therapeutae. Brothers in Egypt, y'all the therapists. Or the Pythagoreans up in Greece. Or the Buddhists over in India. See? The Creator has his universal light worker. You the one fighting over a strip of land. You the one in the tribal warfare. But the apostles of the real Messiah had enough sense to say, look, we're going to preserve our writings amongst other brotherhood members of light. This is where we're going to preserve the writings at. And notice they all move the same way. This ancient community of Israelites called Essenes, Nazarites or Nizeers, strongly resembled the Therapeutae. That's the Brotherhood of Light in Egypt. All right. That was not with the Orthodox. They worshiped and served the Creator. The Pythagoreans, another Brotherhood of Light around Greece, and the Buddhists, more Brotherhoods of Light. Not the Orthodox, y'all. Right? Remember, you got your Orthodox, and then you got your faithists amongst all divisions in the earth. See how they was linking up? The Essenes, the therapists. Who you think Yeshua went to stay with when he went down into Egypt? He had to go check in with the Brotherhood. The Essenes, the Nazarites, the Therapeutae, the Pythagoreans, the Buddhists. And look what they all practice. Who also practice community of goods, daily ablutions, daily worship, and renounce flesh eating, strong drink, sacrifice of animals, and the doctrine of atonement for the sins of some by vicarious and involuntary suffering of others, as held by the Pharisees and Sadducees and by the heathen before them. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? You see? We all over the earth. We international. Here you go, bound. Nah, man, the Creator he ain't do this, what he do. The Creator doesn't shine his light in a corner somewhere. If you receiving light in your division of the earth, they receiving light where they at. That all may know. That all may know and come to understand the ever-present Creator. You see? So we all had different names and in times different languages, but we moved and operated the same way. Right? These are the Creator's universal light workers. If you're getting some understanding, throw me a 9 up in the chat, family. Bless up. Look at this. Real Israelites don't spill blood. Real Israelites don't go to war. I can hear you now stuttering like a Uzi. But what about? You got to go relook at that. Be real with yourself. And look at the reality of war. There ain't nobody breathing oxygen to tell you it looks righteous. It looks good. War is ugly, man. War is ugly. I'm glad y'all can see that. All right, look at this. The Gospel of the Holy 12 was published in an era when language modeled on the King James Bible prevailed in literature of this nature. Its text had entered our contemporary day untouched and almost forgotten, burdened with syntax that is not easily read or understood because of the numerous historical references confirming its authenticity. Gang of references confirming the authenticity of the Nazarene Gospel. Y'all see that? Yeah. Before I brought it out, I really read it. Then we bring it out to show everybody. They thought we was trying to wing some shit. Nah, man. Like, I really read this before I brought it out. I read it from cover to cover. Got into the preface, got into the introduction, got into the whole thing. It was like, Okay, yeah, this right here revolutionary, and it caused a major shockwave in Israel, man. A lot of people try to ignore your brother and all that. We kept bombing. Where y'all think the Nazarene editions came from? I realized, I said, dang, man, we got so much information to bring out. We're going to be bringing this out forever. All right, so let's just start bringing the Nazarene edition. We already put 110 of those up. 110. Because all this information, you got to slow roll through it. Right? Because of the numerous historical references confirming its authenticity. The original impetus of this project was to produce a new edition, making its text more understandable by removing most of the archaic language. While the project was underway, the momentum of the research led in a direction of its own, which has resulted in recovering a greater degree of the original Aramaic source. As is noted in the prologue of this work, the Aramaic original is quoted by respected church historians as the most likely source. The most likely source from which all later regional gospels, including Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, emerged. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop. You ain't even dealing with the original if you're dealing with the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in the canon. Even your church fathers tell you that. And they voted to keep this out. They wasn't dealing with it. Right? Even though they knew about it because it had been circulating and had been put up or whatever. But you feel me? They letting it be known. Your church fathers, your church historians. They all agreed this is the most likely source from which all later regional gospels, including Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, emerged. And this is a Essene or a Nazarene document. They don't eat flesh. They don't go to war. But you do. You claiming to be an Israelite. Look at this. Look at this. An interesting point that verifies such a statement is that it is a known fact that anyone in or around Judea during the time of Yeshua who referred to any man as God, i.e. Lord, referring to one God incarnate, or his only begotten son, will be committing a crime punishable by death. Thus, by the nomenclature used to address or refer to Jesus, we can see that many later versions of this gospel were either not authored by, shout out to my brother Cosmon Kyle. See, where y'all at now, because Kyle been telling y'all Israelites ain't writing. Look at this. Look at this. And I don't believe Kyle even read the introduction to the Nazarene Gospels to even know that. I don't even think, correct me if I'm wrong, big bro, but I don't even think Kyle read the prologue, introduction, and preface to the Nazarene Gospel. And look what it's saying. The same thing bro been saying. Look at this. It says, thus, by the nomenclature used to address or refer to Yeshua, we can see that many later versions of this gospel were either not authored by Jew scribes or Israelite scribes or those of Hebrew descent, or their work was edited. It was during the Nicene era, 325 AD and later, when the bishops who comprised the Council of Nicaea, gathered by the Roman Emperor Constantine, met to unify and canonize the many diverse religious texts. See? And who gave him that inspiration? If you read YHWH'S, you already know who gave him that inspiration. And every Hebrew will tell you that Christianity was founded by a false god. Well, if you know that the one that inspired Constantine is false, and Constantine was inspired to gather together what you call today the New Testament, how far are you willing to take this? What make you think you're not dealing with false information in the New Testament or even in the Bible in itself, if the very man that inspired it to be gathered was inspired by a false god, a bloody god of war? Gathered by the Roman Emperor Constantine, met to unify and canonize the many diverse religious, remember, right? All your literature was not on one accord. It was diverse. The many diverse religious texts and traditions in existence at that time. In order to gain favor with Constantine and secure a life of relative opulence, the correctors, or the scribes, expanded the life and teachings of the man Yeshua into a concept of external divinity, which could be more easily merged with the religious favored by the Greco-Roman populace. Much of the obvious Hebrew tradition, mentioned in historical 1st to 3rd century writings, and accounts of the life of Yeshua, which departed from the agenda they wished to propagate, was swept away. Or swept away in the ensuing emotional and intellectual debate, saying what you got now ain't even Hebrew in origin. They got rid of all the brews. Just like they getting rid of all the Palestinians. They got rid of all the brews, all the Israelites. You got the nerve to think what you got been preserved and it's holy. Nah, you don't even know what really went down. And if you know Constantine was inspired by a false god, in this sign you shall conquer. If you know that, then you got to ask yourself, well, that's the same false god that inspired him to collect and canonize and correct what was already in existence, to propagate their own agenda. And it's just been running on automatic ever since. Look at this. Having restored the historical Hebrew and Aramaic terms and quotes, what emerges from the pages of this illuminating historical context is an unmistakable message of internal union and compassion for life on all levels of manifestation. It is a practical, there go that word, it is a practical message of the timeless individual and collective empowerment discipline known as the way. Ooh-wee. Give me an 8 if y'all getting some understanding, family. Give me an 8. Let me connect this Nazarene and the same thing real quick for you. There it is right here. We're going to go to chapter 5. Now we're going to go to chapter 5. We're going to go to page 15. Show you how this deal will go down. Bottom of page 15. Gospel of the Nazarene. All right, verse 21. And the Lord said, out of Egypt have I called my son, who shall be called the Nazarene. And he rose and took the young child and his mother and came into the land of Israel. And they came and dwelt in the place called Nazareth. Where dwelt who? Nazarites and Essenes. And he was called the Nazarene. So in the phrase Nazarene, you got to sing. It's a combination of Nazarite and Essene, taking a Nazarite vow. But now that we know Messiah was a Nazarene, meaning a Nazarite and an Essene, and we just read that he didn't eat flesh, him nor his entire family. Y'all see that? Look at this. Let's keep reading. Look at this. It also came to pass that in the 2nd year of Yeshua's life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called who? James, or Yaakov. YAH'KI, or James the Just, meaning one who is just and righteous before the Lord, one who is of true Israel. As with Yeshua and Yochanan, he, James, was consecrated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mother's womb, according to the way. So just like his brother Yeshua and just like his cousin John, James was also a Nazarite from his mother's womb. Meaning what, y'all? He didn't eat flesh. He didn't drink blood. He didn't go to war. And it said he was just like them. Ain't that what it said? Look at this. In later years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justice, and Simon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. And those are scriptures that back it up. Had a whole family out there, man. And most of them were murdered by the establishment. Murdered. See that? Now watch this right here. We already know how they kept the feast. Just to show that one more time. See that? Now Joseph and Mary, his parents, went up to Jerusalem every year at the feast of the Passover, and they observed the feast after the manner of their brethren who abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and from strong drinks. So when we read that James was just like Yeshua and just like John, that means he too abstained from bloodshed and the eating of flesh and strong drink. If you understand that, y'all, and if you understand that Nazarene is a combination of Nazarite and Essene, if you understand that Messiah and his family, and from his brother, his cousin, his father, his mother, sister, all of them rocked in this way, in this order. If you understand that, give me a 7 up in the chat, family. Give me a 7 up in the chat. Easy work, man. It ain't hard. I got something else I want to show y'all, though. I got something else I want to show you. We're about to go to the what's called the Nazarene Acts real quick. We're going to show Peter talking about other brotherhoods of light out here. Right? That's where we going first. We don't throw rocks and hide our hands around here. Very transparent. We going to the Nazarene Acts. Now that we know Nazarene is Nazir and Essene, there's your Acts in your Bible, and then you got your Nazarene Acts. Yep. Yeah, their whole family was lit, Carol. Crazy, ain't it, man? We finna go here. Watch this tie it all in, man. Yeah, y'all see what Cal say? The Pythagoreans are the MELCHIZEDEKs of Yeshua's time. MELCHIZEDEK means sons of the sun. Josephus and Apollonius were both of the order of the MELCHIZEDEKs. I'll tap in with Cosmo and Cal TV. Like, subscribe, share. You know what I mean? Check me on out. This right here. I'm live. This right here is the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, or the recognitions of Clement, the preaching of Peter, the ascension of James, excerpts from Clement's homilies, the Sinai Arabic summary from the journal of T. Flavius Clemens. Them damn Flavians, man. They had control of all the literature, from Flavius Josephus. Even Clement was out the house of the Flavians. All right. Now, what we're going to do first is go down to this table of contents, though. Let me show y'all something. We got Peter talking about those and what he was taught by who we call Yeshua, about this brotherhood of light. All right, let me show this for y'all real quick. I'm going to show y'all this. Okay, yeah, right here. We're going to go down 20. Yep, right there. So let me go down and type page 204 in there. Watch this. Watch this. Let's get on over there. 204. Right here. Now watch what he talking about. And guess who he about to talk about? It's about to be crazy, man. Y'all would be like, what? We've been told the whole time that to stay away from all this. Look who Peter about to talk about. Look at this. Here it is right here. One more over. Right here. All right, we in the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. Page, we in the section 204, chapter 20. All right, look who we talking about over here, y'all, the Brahmins. And we just read what Messiah was over in India, right? Persia, Chaldea, all over. Right? Now look who Peter's talking about. He's talking about the Brahmins. Look at this. Look at this. Now, right here, Brahmins. There are likewise amongst the Bactrians in the Indian countries immense multitude of Brahmins, who also themselves, from the tradition of their ancestors and peaceful customs and laws, look what they do. They neither commit murder. Look at this. They neither commit murder, nor adultery, nor worship idols, nor have the practice of eating animal food, or never drunk, never do anything maliciously, but always fear. That says Elohim, y'all, but we're going to say creator, because these brotherhoods of light all were under the light and inspiration of the creator. All right. But always fear creator. And these things indeed they do. Though the rest of the Indians, look at this, y'all. Though the rest of the Brahmins commit both murders and adulteries and worship idols and are drunken and practice other immoralities of this sort. Indeed, in the western parts of India itself, there is a certain country where strangers, when they enter it, are taken and slaughtered and eaten. Running around here talking about you getting so spiritual. And I just booked me a trip to India and I don't know where I'm living, and I'm just gonna hum my way to Nirvana. Look, you don't even know where you going. Don't be in one of them districts that eat people. See, so Peter is showing the difference between the faithists amongst the Brahmins and those who are amongst the Orthodox. Do y'all see that? You see, these are the same people Yeshua was going amongst when he was traveling. Look at this, y'all. It says, and these things indeed they do, though the rest of the Indians or the Brahmins commit both murders and adulteries, worship idols, so they into the deity worship of the false gods, and are drunken and practice other immoralities of this sort. Indeed, in the western parts of India itself, there is a certain country where strangers, when they enter it, are taken and slaughtered and eaten. And neither have good stars prevented these men from such immoralities and from accursed food, nor have evil stars compelled the Brahmins to do any evil. Again, there is a custom among the Persians. Didn't we read about the Persians earlier? Didn't Yeshua go amongst the Persians, the Indians? Come on, man. We tying the whole thing together. All these brotherhoods of light were in different divisions of the earth, but they moved and operated the same way, opposite of the orthodoxy. Again, there is a custom among the Persians to marry mothers and sisters and daughters. In all that district, the Persians contract incestuous marriage. If y'all understand so far that Peter just gave a big salute to the brotherhood of light amongst the Brahmins, not the ones that chew on flesh and go to war, but those who don't worship idols, those who don't go to war. You feel me? Those who don't chew on loin meat. If you understand, he just shouted them out and was like, look, man, you feel me? They rock just like we rock. If you understand that, give me a 5 up in the chat. But that's up, man. We moving today. We moving today, and we just showing what it is. We just showing what it is. All right. Then we read earlier too what Messiah was saying, that in all different divisions of the earth and in different time periods, the Creator has raised up witnesses to his voice. Witnesses to his voice. Oh, wait. Look like we're getting some understanding, a little taste. Look like we're getting some understanding. Now we talking about the Brahmins right here, right? Brahmins. But outside that, you know, it's really let me stop sharing the screen. Outside that, he don't go into too much detail behind it. All right, he don't go into too much detail behind it. So now we're gonna get into it and get into some of the history. All right, we're gonna get into some of the history. Okay, I see 5s up in the chat. All right, we working, we cooking. We cooking with the vortex today, I see. All right, so let's get into some of this. Since we already got Josephus saying the real Essenes are the only Israelites, or the real Israelites, then we got Messiah being the Nazarene, him, his family, his brother, his cousins, his sisters, and the Nazarenes and the Essenes abstain from warfare, bloodshed, animal chewing, sacrificing. We got all this. We got the historians saying the only Israelites were the Essenes during the 1st century. We got Yeshua being a Nazarene, which is a Nazarite and a Essene. We got him, his family, them all living a certain way, eating a certain way. You feel me? Dealing with the higher light, right? Then we got Peter over here saluting those that are in different countries, but that rock how we rock. Then we got Yeshua saying that in different time periods and in different divisions of the earth, the Creator always raises up those who can hear his voice. We done laid the whole trail out so far. You see? Real Israelites don't go to war and don't chew on flesh. That's the moral of the story. All right, so let's get into some of this. Don't worship idols, lords, gods, saviors, none of that. Ever-present creator. You did? All right, so let me go here for you. Let's share this. Since we speaking on Brahma, well, we got the history of Brahma in OISP. All right, now we're not talking about those as other Orthodox. We're talking about the faith that's amongst them. All right, let's show. Let's go show us right here. Go show us right here. Now, in the first book of God in OISP. First Bible of Venue. Venue is India. When we just talking about India? Wasn't Peter just talking about India? The first Bible of Venue, India, being of Brahma. Hold on, Peter was just talking about the Brahmins. A man chosen by who? God, for the children of India, Venue, giving an account of Brahma becoming an Isu. Dang, same words they gave for Jesus in the Gospel of the Holy 12. Isu is one that doesn't have any earthly desires or passions. Sex doesn't rule him. Becoming an Isu of his labors and his resurrection after death. All right, so this is the God's first book, of the first book of God in OISP, chapter 14, and it actually goes into Brahma. Now, Brahma and Abraham are not the same person, y'all. They were contemporaries. They lived during the exact same time and taught the exact same thing in different divisions of the earth. All right, but I found it crazy that Peter and the Nazarene Acts bring up the Brahmins, but OISP got the history on Brahma. All right, so let's get into it. First, I'm going to go up to chapter 17. This is the 4 races of Brahma right here, chapter 14. Right, these are the 4 races of Brahma: Gans, Shon, Gamma, Vis, Ram, Zerl, Mek, Shri, Vat, Un, and Delta. Each 1,000 years. Of Gamma and Delta in the upper country, YHWH'S were born Gusim and Hagul by Gamma, and by Delta, Yats, Ramas, Borgil, Otisiv, and Reed. Gamma was of the 4th descent of Git'al, and Delta the 3rd descent of Iwanaga, Ions from the land of Japheth. All right, you get down to verse 3. Jehovah, who was called Ormaz by the Brahmins. That's important. If you got people saying, y'all talking about Ormaz and who Ormaz and all that, you don't understand that the false gods take on the names of famous ones that did work for the creator before them. And they just switched the doctrine. That's why we ain't caught up in the name. Because the evil angel can appear in the name or whatever name you praying in. Character is key. Yahweh, Jehovah, who was called Ormaz by the Brahmins, sent his light to the earth world once for every 100 generations. And the light fell upon his sons, prepared from before their births by the angels of Jehovah or Ormaz. In the times before the submersion of Pan, each cycle was called one man, and the length of his life, 3,000 years. Y'all see this? All right, now I'm gonna jump on down to chapter 17. Let's get into some of what Brahma and them was talking about. Get on down to it. Let's get to it. Let's see what was being taught. What was being said, because after all, we got Peter shouting out the Brahmins. He's shouting them out. He's like, look, man, they live peaceful. They ain't with the warfare. They ain't with the idolatry. They ain't with the sacrificing. They don't chew on loin meat. They don't do none of it. They don't do none of it. Right? Creator has his universal light workers. All right, chapter 17, first book of God, speaking about Brahma. Wait. Look at this. The next morning at sunrise, Jehovah came again. What's wrong with you, boy? Oh, yeah, hold on, y'all. Let me take care of this real quick. Hold on. 1 second. My bad, family. My bad. My bad. You know, inmates can't run the asylum. Gotta stay on them short leggers. You dig? All right, so look, let's get into this. I find it interesting that Peter is talking about Brahma and the Brahmins and how they peaceful. Not like the rest of the Indians that's into the warfare and bloodshed, but he's shouting them out. I like how the fact we read about Yeshua in his early years that everybody called lost. Well, we actually got the history. And guess where he was traveling? Persia, India, Chaldea, Egypt, Greece. We go and show the Brotherhoods, the Pythagoreans, the Therapeutae, the Buddhists. You know what I mean? And you start seeing, well, hold on, y'all. This is a universal brotherhood, a light. You see that? It's not the Orthodox. The Orthodox is the beast. They with the warfare, the bloodshed, the sacrificing. You dig? Y'all, there will never be a kingdom. You can never establish a kingdom of peace through warfare. How that work? How that work? You forever gonna be threatened from an outside force. You did so much killing, you forever gotta watch your back. You'll never have a kingdom of peace. Constantly gotta watch your back. It don't work like that, man. You dig? Look at this right here. Let's get into some of this so we can understand what's going on, family. Slow rolling. The next morning at sunrise, Jehovah came again, speaking through Brahma, saying, as I prepare the way for my voice, be wise and laboring to show this light to all people. Yet do not take sorrow to your souls for the latest born, Hog, who cannot see this light. For he is also in my keeping, and his wisdom shall be the glory of the earth. So Brahma had 7 sons, I believe. But his last son couldn't hear the voice or see the light. And he's saying, look, don't weep for your last son, Hog. I got him. I got him. It's a beautiful story, too. And when you get a chance to really read it all the way through, you can be like, dang, okay. Because what the creator told Brahma was, look, I even got a position and a reason for the unbeliever. And it ain't for him to burn his nuts off in hell forever. Right? So I would advise y'all to read this story because when it got thick for real, when it got real in spirit, and all those who could hear the light and see the light and commune, you know what I mean, with them spirits and all that, man, them cats fled up out of there, boy, like a scolded dog. They were scared. Huh? But Hog, the one who couldn't even see the light and hear them voices, he was the one used to do a major work and a mighty work for the creator. You know what I mean? But though everybody that could see it, boy, got scared and ran about it. Their Hog said, man, I got this. Where you dropping it? I'm finna go get it myself. Matter of fact, I'm gonna walk in the thick of darkness. I don't even need no light to go get it. Wait. So y'all read this whole story. It's a beautiful story. For it is not all fact interpreted by each and every man from the light of his own standing place. For it is not all fact interpreted by each and every man from the light of his own standing place. Truth. It's your experience. So you're going to interpret it based off of your experience. In which error comes into the world by the darkness of men and not perceiving rightly the things I have created. Behold, one man sees the forest with reference to its value in logs, another for splints for mats, another for shade of lighting, another for its solitude, and they all see by what dwells in them. But they see through their own particular windows, their own particular vantage point, perspective, point of view. See, we do a major injustice running around here trying to get everybody to see how you see. Look at this. This is the creator speaking through Brahma. Look at this. Consider then the injustice of the man who says, you shall see as I see, hear as I hear. Or who says, I have proven this to be true and that to be untrue. Or who says, behold, we are many witnesses and we attest. While Jehovah was speaking so, his angel appeared and stood in the doorway of the hut. And all except Hog looked and saw the angel and witnessed the color of the angel's hair and eyes and the clothes he wore. And they pointed, saying in a whisper, behold, an angel of heaven. Then Yahweh spoke, illustrating, saying, while no one is yet spoken, let one at a time privately describe to Hog the appearance of my angel in the doorway. Accordingly, they all except Brahma told all that pertains to the angel and their accounts according with one another. And Jehovah said, "Speak, my son Hog." Hog said, "To whom shall I speak? For whether you are my very father or in truth the creator, I do not know." God said, "Who do you say the creator is?" Hog said, "Even as the wind, the great void, without person, shape, or sense." God said to him, "For which reason I say to you, because of the unbelief of your father and your mother, while you were in your mother's womb." Trip off that, y'all. Yeah, your mindset proportionally dictates the mindset of the child. While you were in your mother's womb, you are as you are. This they have attested to you thousands of times since you were weaned. And they have also attested to you as often that during the bringing forth of your brothers, they were in the fullness of faith in Yahweh. You were born of the earth and can only see with earthly eyes, hear only with earthly ears, and can reason only with earthly reason. Hog said, "Then in truth I shall go down to earth, and there shall be no more of me. But these, my sweet brothers, and this goddess and this God, my very father and mother, shall inherit everlasting life." God said, "I would place 2 eggs before you with the birds with them nearly hatched. Now with one you shall open the shell a little, and the young bird sees out. But the other you leave closed. Would you say one bird will have much advantage over the other when they are hatched? Or that one shall not live because in fact it did not see through the shell? Such then is your way to everlasting life. Of your darkness I will make light that will reach millions. Your sacrifice is the sacrifice of a very God among gods." Look at that. So eventually you're going to get this light. That's what you learn from Hog's story, or Brahma's story about his youngest son Hog. Eventually you're going to get this light. You're going to get it. Hog said, "Because of your great wisdom, I fear to speak in your presence. But your words come out of the mouth of him who is the sweetest and holiest of created beings. Therefore I take courage in my argument. Now behold, they have all described the angel in the door, and their descriptions are alike in all particulars. And the wisdom of your words goes to the bottom of things, not like the words of man, but faultlessly. You have made me see what I am bound. You have made me see that I am bound as if with iron hoops, and must go my way all my days. I do not complain against this, for I perceive it is not within my judgment to know even myself as to what is good for me or not good for me. However, you have shown me this: I was molded as I am as I am. If I have faults, they are not my faults, neither are they my father's nor my mother's. The cause of their unbelief at the time did not lie with themselves, but with you." God said, "Vedic shall also write down your words." Now, y'all, this is where you get the Vedic text from. God said, "Vedi," which was another son of Brahma, "shall also write down your words. The glory and the wisdom of the earth shall come out of your mouth. The manner of my edifice shall be shown to the inhabitants of the earth. You have seen the king's temple and how he builds it. For the fine post, he sends his best hewers into the forest, and they choose the straightest and strongest trees, and fall them and hew them, and polish and engrave them. And the posts are set up in the front as strength and ornament. But for the walls of the temple, the king does not call for the best hewers, but the choppers. And they also go into the forest to fetch logs with the straightest and handsomest, but whatever their axes come upon and their timbers are put in the walls with mortar and withes, and the temple is completed to the king's will." Jehovah said, "My heavenly edifice is like this also. I do not send winter to please one man, nor summer, nor the rain. I consider in what way I shall induce men to raise up one another and to be considerate. Thus through me, your father, mother, brothers, and all faiths that come after these, my doctrine shall learn to consider the unbelief of mortals and the impossibility of one man seeing through another man's eyes." You hear this, y'all? There's only one of you, and should nobody be able to see how you see. There ain't one person in this earth you agree with 1,000%. You're always gonna see something different from a different perspective. You have a different understanding because you're progressing, you're growing. See that? Look at this. For as I have raised you up in a house of love for one another, so will I show the wisdom of disbelief and its necessity on the earth. Ooh, wait, he says it's a necessity for the unbelief, for the disbelief. Look at this. The foremost of all lessons is that all men shall have liberty. Y'all hear this? This is what is being taught through Brahma, by the Creator through Brahma. The foremost of all lessons is that all men shall have liberty, and no man's judgment shall be binding on another's. For all do not see alike, nor can they understand alike. It tell you that in the Gospel of the Nazarenes, right? It tell you that the Creator established the truth as a ladder for you. You dig? And the truth you have on today, hold on to a higher light come. Press forward to perfection. Climb higher to higher truth. Right? But you never see things like the one at the top rung don't see what the one at the bottom rung sees. The man at the summit of the mountain has a total different perspective than the one in the valley. See, we running around here thinking we supposed to be double R, religious robots. Nah, man, you supposed to be yourself. You are who the Creator made you to be. Liberty to all men, freedom to all men. No man's judgment shall be binding on another's. You ain't held to his judgment. For all do not see alike, nor can they understand alike. So you shall be as considerate to those who do not see my light or my person as you are to those who are born in Suez. For they are the same flesh and blood, and they have their spirits from the same Creator. So for those who can hear and see spirits and converse with them, to those who can't, they're still sons and daughters of the Creator. Look at this. For in the evidence of the past and present, it is before you that men endeavor to enforce their doctrines by saying, behold, the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord. Look at this. Behold, the word of YHWH'S, he has spoken thus, and I am his priest. Bow down your heads. Instead, man shall not bow down, but hold up his head and rejoice. Bowing to no God. Those who seek to enforce me are my enemies. Yeah, you can't punch drunk nobody into understanding what you're talking about. It don't work like that. Just be ready to have that conversation with your people. That's it. Be ready to have that convo. Because they're gonna come asking. Right? There's so much light outside that makes so much sense. You feel me? Makes a lot of sense, man. But he's saying if you're looking to enforce him or force the Creator, you his enemy. You ain't got to force nothing. All we got to do is just let that light go. Let it shine. Right? We ain't supposed to be bowing and worshiping no God. We serve the Creator of every God. The maker of gods. All right? Nor have I said of this man or that, hear him, for he is truth. Shall the Creator make one greater than himself? Excellent question. Shall the Creator make one greater than himself? Against the idolatry, man. And that's what has happened. They came up with a God at the Council of Nicaea and the councils after that. A God that is worshipped in this earth to this very day. Shall the Creator make one greater than himself and thus cut himself off? And yet the kings and priests of this day assume to be truth in God's name. And the mothers and fathers of many have become discouraged because of their great hardships. And they bring forth heirs who have eyes but do not see, and ears but do not hear. Look at this. Look at this right here. The teachings of Brahmas and Owaska. God said, in the days of Zarathustra, I came to deliver those who had faith but were in bondage. Today I come to teach men how to bring forth heirs with eyes to see spiritual things, and with ears to hear them, and with liberty to all men. You see that? Ain't nothing but benefits over this way. You want to be able to hear and see spiritual things and be free to do so without being labeled a warlock or a witch. Look at this. And I come to prove 3 worlds to me. First, the earth and its fullness. Second, the intermediate world of spirits where all shall sojourn for a season. And third, the Nirvanian or the Etherian worlds beyond Shimvat. Wherefore, the pure and wise, unending paradise awaits. If y'all get some understanding, give us a 4 up in the chat, man. Give us a 4 up in the chat. Peter say the Brahmins is solid. We go read about Brahma. What we see, same teachings, man. Same teachings. You dig that? Can you dig that? Can you dig that? Now let's get into this chapter 20, same book. All right. It's the history behind how you got the Vedic text and all that. Vedi is the son of Brahma, y'all. A brother of Hall. You see that? Owaspi is the decoder. It clears up so much. It's like, okay. I see that now. And y'all, just so y'all know, the false gods just ain't in the Bible. They everywhere. They in the Vedic text too. The false gods are hiding everywhere. So you see the importance of this universal brotherhood of light, this cosmic order. See the reason for it. Right? The worst thing we can do is be quiet for y'all. Right? We the ones shining the light. We the ones like, hey, the creator is omnipotent, ever present. You talking about some nigga sitting on the throne somewhere. We talking about an ever-present creator that's within all, overall, and through all. Hit different, don't it? Hit different. You see? So we go in there and get the history. Then you see it start lining right up. Like, dang, this deal is cold. Ice cold. Look at this right here. On the next morning, at sunrise, Jehovah or Amar spoke again through Brahma, and Vedi wrote down the words. Y'all want a lot of great history concerning all this? Get with the brother Brian Joe. Is Brian's up in the chat? Y'all gonna like, subscribe, share. Go give with the Brian's Joe report. Brother has in-depth knowledge and an in-depth history when it comes to the spiritual systems of India. You feel me? And for him to understand all that and then read this and say, man, that's cold. I ain't never tripped off that. Hey, salute. Salute. All right, on the next morning at sunrise, Jehovah spoke again through Brahma, and Vedi wrote down the words, and on the succeeding morning the same, and so it continued for 40 days. And in 40 days, behold, the Veda was completed. Here go your Vedic text, yo. Completed in 40 days. Jehovah speaking through Brahma, his son Vedi, writing down. 40 days, you got the Vedic text. Sounds just like what happened with the Torah. We're dealing with Ezra. Look at this. The Veda was completed. The holy words of Brahma were written. God said to Brahma, go now and preach my gospel to whoever will listen. Proclaiming what, y'all? Liberty to all who will follow you. Liberty means freedom. I will be with you to the end. And you should take Utiv, your wife, and all your sons with you, even Hall, the youngest boy. So Brahma went forth preaching by day and exhibiting the spirits of the dead by night. But to the chosen he spoke at dawn. In the early morning, the time the all light was upon him. And the sons also preached and explained. And Utiv explained to all women how it was with her when pregnant with her sons. Only Hog did not preach, nor did he open his mouth before the populace as to his unbelief. In his soul he said, these things may be true. And if they are true, it is well. If they are not true, still the believing of them by the populace works righteousness and goodness, With all my philosophy, I cannot move the multitude in righteousness. But my Father makes them like a flock of sheep. They cease from evil and they practice good fellowship. Therefore, I will stand by my Father to the end. You heard Hog, the one who can't even see the light or hear it. He got to keep it real with himself and say, look, it may be some truth to this because I can't get not one person that aspired to righteousness. But what my Father's doing, he got them lining up by the boatload aspiring to righteousness. I'm down with Pops to the end. See, Hog was still able to be objective. You know what I mean? He was still able to be objective. Like, man, even though I don't hear what they heard, the fruit of my Father's labor is right on point. When Brahma came near the city, he halted outside the walls because there, according to law, the kings could not restrain his speech. And the multitude came out of the city to hear him. And many did not return, preferring to remain with Brahma and his sons in their camp. And when Brahma moved to another city, they went with him. In a little while, the hosts of Brahma were as an army of thousands. Look at this. And not a few of them were men and women of wealth. They cast their treasures at Brahma's feet. Same thing they did in the Acts. Through their wealth at the apostles' feet, at Brahma's feet, saying, take this trash and give me of everlasting life instead. But men of learning did not come to Brahma, nor did the priests, kings, magicians, or consultants of oracles. God said, take your hosts and establish them in families of tens and of 20s and hundreds and thousands. See, communal living, community. Right, and this is something that was going down in India. You know what I mean? 4,000 years before the Common Era. You see that? And give a head father to each and every family, and your people shall be a people to themselves, having nothing in common with the king's peoples. Behold, my angel will go with you and show you the wastelands, those that the king's peoples do not desire. And you and your people shall possess the lands and dwell together in love and wisdom, doing good to one another. So Brahma did as commanded, and he established the mountains of Roam and the valleys in the mountains of Roam, and his people dwelt there, being 6,820 men, women, and children. And there came to Brahma a certain captain general of the army of King Sayatha of the west kingdom of India, in which lay the city of Gauss Scamaragas of 1,000,000 inhabitants. And he said to Brahma, in the name of the king, mightiest of men, Sayathaya, I am before you, O Brahma. Behold, the king sends you gold, silver, and copper, saying, Brahma is good. Brahma shall give me the blessing of heaven. Brahma answered the captain / general, saying, Brahma salutes the king, mightiest of men, Sayathaya, in the name of Armaz, Jehovah the Creator, in love, and in these wise words that come to the soul of Brahma. Brahma sends the king's servant, who is the captain, back to the king with his gold, silver, and copper, saying, deal with your Creator and not with men. The Great Spirit holds all blessings in his own hands. Give him your treasures. Brahma like, nah, you can't pay me to get no blessing. The captain general departed and returned with his gold, silver, and copper to the king and told the king Brahma's words. The king was pleased with the wisdom of Brahma, but also felt rebuked and sore at heart. So Amaz allowed Satan to possess the king for a season. The king resolved to destroy Brahma and all his people. And he commanded the captain general to assemble together 50,000 men with arms ready for battle. And when they were thus prepared and started on their journey, which would require 7 days, the king thought to inquire of the oracles as to the best mode of success. Now the angel of God had taken possession of the oracle. Look at this. Now, the angel of God had taken possession of the oracle, but the Magi did not know it, nor did Sayathaya. So the king came before the sand table. And the Spirit wrote these words. He who has become one with Jehovah or Maz is mightier than an army. Take off your crown, O king, mightiest of men, and your golden robes, and all that is fine and fair to look upon, and clothe yourself in the poorest of garments, like a drunk who wanders about. But your crown and your costly robes and your raiment, fine and fair to look upon, put them on your body servant. And the pair of you shall go in advance of the army as you come before Brahma. So the advice he got, you know what I mean, even though he went to the oracle before he went to war to destroy Brahma, the advice he got was for somebody that's down with the creator. And he told him, look, take off all your fine raiment and your kingly and noble apparel and put it on your servant. And you put on the clothes of a drunk or a slave, right? Look at this. And you shall witness that man who professed to labor for the poor fall on his belly before the man of riches and power. And you shall witness that man who professed to labor for the poor fall on his belly before the man of riches and power. And behold, O king, you shall feel justified in destroying him who falls before the crown and the robes, knowing he is a hypocrite. We setting him up, walking him right into the kill shot. Look at this. The king was pleased with this, and he fulfilled all that was commanded by the oracle. And when he came near Brahma's camp, a man came before the king's servant, saying, behold, O king, command me as you will. And he prostrated himself on the ground before the king's servant. At which the king, dressed as a drunk, came to him and said, who are you? And the man answered, be gone, beggar, my matters with the king, for he mistook which was which. The king ordered the man to be seized and taken away and put to death. And the advance guard fell upon the man and slew him with war clubs. And when the man was quite dead, behold, Brahma came, and the king did not know him. Look at this. And when the man was quite dead, behold, Brahma came, and the king did not know him, nor did any of his advance guard. And Vus and Weesh were with their father, and the three came and stood by the dead man. Brahma then took the king's hand, saying, you dressed in the garb of a drunk, come here, for you have flesh and blood toward holiness. Lay one hand on the dead man, put your other hand on my head, for I will prove Jehovah before your eyes. Behold, you who have tried to kill Brahma, killed another person. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. And when the king's hands were placed, Brahma stood by the head of the dead man, and his two sons by the heart. And Brahma said, in your name, O Ahmaz, and by your power in me, return to life, old man. And arise, arise, arise. And behold, the man was brought to life and rose up and stood before the multitude. The king trembled with fear, and the guard stood back, amazed. And as for the servant arrayed in the king's garb, he cast aside crown and robe and fled into the forest. Brahma said to the king, look at this. Found it pretty amazing. Peter was talking about the Brahmins. That's amazing to me. Brahma said to the king, here stands the angel of Ahmaz, or Jehovah. And the angel says, you are the king in disguise. And moreover, that he, the angel, commanded you here for this purpose, saying to you in the oracle, he who has become one with Ahmaz is mightier than an army. The king said, this is true, I swear before you, O Ahmaz. From this time forward, I will wear such garments as these I have on, and my life shall be given to your service. Let who will take my kingdom and all I call mine. So Sayatahaha joined Brahma's host, and with Sayata Allah came his brothers and their sons and daughters. And those who came cast into a heap whatever goods or monies they had, and the head fathers of the families divided and distributed the same according to their best wisdom. And Brahma's people, by commandment of Brahma, called themselves not Brahmins, but Vedans, that is, true followers. In those days, the language of the kings of India and of men of learning was all owl, signifying out of all that is good. But the Vedans were the unlearned, and their language was imperfect, and had many meanings for every spoken and written word. And God foresaw the liability to corruption of the Brahmin religion. There it is. We read earlier, Peter saying the Brahmins he talking about are the faithists, right? They ain't like the rest of the Indians. They ain't like the rest of those in East India. See, we're going to make it make sense. I said, dang, he is talking about Brahma right there. And today, everybody think Brahma and Abraham are the same, but no, they were contemporaries. They lived and it was born and lived during the same time. And God foresaw the liability to corruption of the Brahmin religion. And he spoke to Brahma, saying, behold, I have given you 7 sons, 6 of light and 1 of darkness. Your 6 sons of light shall each establish a school among my chosen, and teach my scriptures by word of mouth. And all who afterward become rabbis shall be capable of repeating every word of the Veda by heart. And if in latter times the plates and the books of my holy religion are destroyed by war, it will not matter. The substance of your labors shall live. Then Brahma's sons did as commanded, each and every one becoming a teacher. And again, God spoke to Brahma, saying, arise and go where my angel will lead you, taking your wife and your son Hog with you. And you should travel from place to place for 2 years, and then return here, for your labor will be completed. You see that? You see that? You hear that? Dang, y'all get some understanding. Go ahead and give me a 2 up in the chat, man. Bless up, bless up, bless up. Bless up, bless up, bless up. It's all over this deal, man. It's all over this deal. We connected. The Nazarene, the Essenes, started with Josephus. Josephus is the one that said only his Israelites are the Essenes. Nazarenes are Essenes. Hold on, what is going on around here? What is going on around here? Oh, wait. Show y'all something. Show y'all something. Show y'all the false gods behind these walls. All right. Share this right here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Prayer is truly marvelous, man. Abundant love and light. I salute you all in the name of the ever-present, omnipotent creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. All right. There is a false Christ. There is a true one. Let's get the difference. All right, Luamon. Luamon is a false god, y'all. That's the god that appeared to Constantine. It's the very, and he's the god that started the whole Holy Ghost talk. Appeared to Ezra too. Mess around and been old boy that appeared to Paul. You never know. But this right here is the book of Esther, God's book of Esther in OSP, chapter 47. All right, we're about to go deal with this real quick. Look at this. Luamon falsely announces himself the Christ. The Lord said, behold, it came to pass as had been foretold by God, Jehovah's son. Remember that, y'all. God and Lord are titles that angels hold. All right. God is a son of the creator. A goddess is a daughter of the creator. Same with the Lord and the Lordess. You know what I mean? These are sons and daughters, one-time living people on this world or some other world. The Lord said, behold, it came to pass as had been foretold by God, Jehovah's son, the triunes, right? These are the Trinity gods. Why you think there's a Trinity in every so-called spiritual system in this earth? Right? These wars kicked off 6,000 years ago. And Luamon was one of the triune gods. Luamon is the God that inspired Christianity. The triunes will all become false gods. It came to pass as had been foretold by God, Jehovah's son. The triunes will all become false gods because they have denied the Almighty. God said, there is only one. This is what one of your brothers, a true God, who don't want your worship or your praise. He just wants your brotherhood. God said there is only one who is all knowledge. Whatever angel or God announces himself to be all knowledge is false in the presence of the Creator. Y'all hear this? Nevertheless, Luamon had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. A lot of y'all just think Christ mean anointed. Christ is the Ahamic expression the cuneiform for all knowledge. Huh? There's only one who was all knowledge, and that's the creator. The true Christ is the creator. It ain't the founder of Christianity. And for damn for sure ain't Luamong or Jabril or any of these warring angelic hosts. Nevertheless, Luamong had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. The Lord said, now therefore Luamong was known from this time forward a false God. A false God in heaven and on earth. Look at this. Show you how real this gets. This is how this deal come full circle, man. Show you how it come full circle. And Luamon commanded Thoth. Thoth is Jabril, y'all. Or Gabriel. All right. Not every Thoth, but this Thoth here is Gabriel, Jabril. And Luamon commanded Thoth, his angel warrior. Remember, y'all, this is the God that inspired Christianity. And he got an angelic warrior that founded Islam, named Jabril. And Luamon commanded Thoth, his angel warrior, in command of his earthly dominions, to raise up tribes of warriors among mortals. And by the inspiration of Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves who? Christians. The Knights Templar. The Knights Templar. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. And notice, the God that's founded Islam is the one that inspires you to call yourself a Christian. You see this? And by the inspiration of Thoth, alias Jabril, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians. God said, so that man may know. So that man may know this is true. Behold, the followers of Jehovah, the followers of Yahweh are not warriors, nor have they ever been. Sit your monkey ass down. Talking about you finna go kill off a whole bunch of the creator's enemies or the creator's creation. Sit down somewhere, man. You got to go back over that. The creator don't inspire the warfare. The followers of the creator are not warriors, nor have they ever been. The creator said, this mark I put upon man from the time of Cain to the present day, that whoever raises his hand against his brother raises his hand against me also. And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world. Behold, I alone, this is what the creator said, I alone am all knowledge, or I alone am the Christ. You hear this? The fact that the false God proclaimed himself to be Christ, that's the same God that appeared to Constantine that inspired him to gather the writings and put together what's called the New Testament. Luamong, that's his name. He's a false God. There's only one that's the Christ, or all-knowing, and y'all, that's the creator. Period. Look at this. Now it came to pass that from this time forward, great success attended the wars of Luamong for the glory of his heavenly kingdom. And for the space of 300 years, Luamong gradually gained on Baal and his allies both on earth and in heaven. And Luamong captured and cast out his dominions more than 700 false gods and false lords. And he broke up 680 oracle houses and temples used for consulting the spirits who called themselves gods, whose only service was to advise on war, conquest, and destruction. So that even in Luamong's falsity to himself, he rendered a great service to the creator against whom he was doing battle. Look at that. Now you think he doing something? You claim you at war with the creator, and you doing, and the work you doing is undermining your work. Look at this, man. So watch me get different. I keep trying to tell y'all. Look at this. For 300 years more, Luamong, with more than 6 billion angel warriors, pursued war. See, it's the false gods that got Gaza getting bombed right now, y'all. Creator ain't inspiring none of that. Sit on back and take a chill pill. Relax. Meditate. You know what I mean? Choose to operate in love and peace. Right? Like really get out on this, man. Right? So while everybody's hoping that the Russia or whoever or Iran or whoever launch a nuclear holocaust, that ain't what we on. Look at this. For 300 years more, Luamon with more than 6 billion angel warriors pursued war in heaven and on earth. And he had captured nearly all the earthly strongholds of other false gods. Baal, however, still maintained himself in the Roma or Rome and as God of the Roman Empire, but under many names, huh? Even the different the pantheon of gods in Rome, y'all. That's all Baal worship. Baal. And then Luamon took over. Look at it. Look at it. God, son of Jehovah, said, "Now behold, even Luamon, the false god, bewailed the wars, and he also bewailed his own doctrines. Luamon cried out in his despair, saying, To whom shall I pray, O you Holy Ghost? You shadow, you nothing, you void. Shall I say, oh, you all nothing, you inconceivable, you unknowable, you all hidden? Or shall I say, oh, you nature, you God of nature, you senseless, you scattered, you that does not hear, you that does not know, you that does not see, you essence, you fountain that is dumb, you accident, you shapeless, you in person, you shortness and all that charms us to come here to find you or to go there to find you, and find in truth that we do not find you, but only come to understand that you are the waste and desolate of all that is. Dang. And as for the Father, which we three built up, is he not dead? A divided kingdom with 3 estranged sons, and everyone for himself. O Brahma, you had a peaceful division. O Brahma, you had a peaceful division, and you Buddha, a place of great profit. But I, your equal, with an unprofitable division of these western heavens, mine are warriors in heaven. This is what the false God is saying. Mine are warriors. And then he's talking to the false Buddha and the false Brahma, who he established a Holy Ghost confederacy with. It's just their people really ain't warriors like Luamon, like the Christian warriors, right? But I, your equal, with an unprofitable division of these western heavens, mine are warriors in heaven and on earth. Yours, peace and profit. How can I embellish Hapsindi, my heavenly seat, and make it a place of grandeur like yours? Behold, my billions of angels are needed for warriors. How do I have time to embellish my throne in my heavenly city? No wonder you two point the finger of mockery at me for the poverty of my heavenly kingdom. So those 3 established the Holy Ghost confederacy, and what Luamon is telling them is that y'all kingdoms look good, but you ain't got no hitters over there. You ain't got no hitters over there. But the whole point in going here is to show y'all that it's the false gods that inspire the warfare. Okay, the servants of the Creator have never been warriors. Never been warriors, nor ever shall be. Ooh-wee. I know somebody mad, but you be all right. Let's go show this before we get out of here. Let's go show this before we get out of here. Shout out to everybody in the chat, love and light. Y'all already know we've been connecting the Essenes Brotherhood with the Pythagorean Brotherhood, with the Buddhist Brotherhood, with the Therapeutic Brotherhood, with the Chaldean. We linked it all. Show the Brotherhood of Light is in all these different divisions of the earth, and they all move the same way, right? Outside of how the Orthodox move. Don't forget, we started this out showing that the only real Israelites, according to Josephus, were the Essenes. And that's where Yeshua and all his clan were. They were Essenes. They ate a certain way, lived a certain way. You feel me? That's how they got down. All right, so let's go ahead and read this. We're going to land our plane right up in here. We're going to read about Yeshua the Essene, or Yeshua, Joshua. so we can get some understanding on what's going on. If y'all getting some understanding, give me a 3 up in the chat, fam. Love and favor in the name of the Creator. Bless up. See how we get it done, man. We get it done. We slow roll it. Slow roll it. Show the whole thing. Dang. And the different divisions of the earth doing this thing, man. All right, make sure we good. Yes, sir. God's book of Esdras, chapter 42. The birth of Yeshua or Joshua. God, Jehovah's son, was wise above all these trials, for he had the light of Jehovah's kingdoms with him. It will be shown presently how much further ahead the plans laid out by Jehovah's sons are compared to those plotted by his enemies. Because Pharaoh, because slave master, persecuted the Israelites. Moses put a curse upon Pharaoh. For one, y'all thinking that this ain't got nothing to do with Israel, you sadly mistaken. And that let us know you a mental midget. You ain't read nothing of what we talking about. You see? It's later for all the side jawing and milly mouthing. Why you just can't be silent and say, I don't know what that is. I ain't never tripped off of it. Share some of it with me. Moses put a curse on Pharaoh. Then after hundreds of years in the lower heavens, behold, Pharaoh was cast into hell and then into chaos. And no one but Moses could deliver him as has been previously described. So we'll get into the story of Moses one of these days. It's a beautiful read. Beautiful, beautiful read. You're lucky. All right. But he put a curse on Pharaoh by slaying that lamb in Egypt. The blood of the lamb was used as a curse to curse Pharaoh, the curse slave master. You dig? And then he ended up in the lower heavens for 100 years. Then he was cast into torments in the hell. And then finally delivered out of it. And his judgment was that he had to be inspired, him and his angelic hosts, since they persecuted and dominated and subjugated Israelites. They had to return and inspire the children of those that they persecuted, had inspired them in righteousness. If they didn't do that, then guess what? Pharaoh and his angelic hosts were bound to the earth. See, you still got a judgment you got to go through even after you get out of torment. Remember, if you spill it, you got to clean it. Look at this. So Moses descended from the higher heavens and delivered Pharaoh. And he provided Pharaoh a new name, Elais. And sent them back to the earth to labor with who? The Israelites. Yes, sir. Slave master ain't got away with nothing, yo. He owed that back to the board. He get his ass kicked. He get tormented for a couple 100 years. Then he get out, and now he got to do a redemptive work, or he's bound. And that applied to Pharaoh all the way up to Master Crenshaw here in the antebellum South. It's all the same system in order. You gotta answer for the blood you put in the mud. You gotta answer that. And send them back to earth to labor with the Israelites in order to fulfill his shortness and righteous works. Elais therefore became a willing volunteer, and many angels with him. And these angels, look at this. Remember, Josephus, we started off, Josephus said the only real Israelites are the Essenes. He said it. He said there's only 3 philosophical sects amongst the first century Judeans. Pharisees, the sad niggas you see, Sadducees, which just so happens supposed to be the sons of Zadok. Zadok and Zadok, that's the same way. It's just the Greek rendering of Zadok. They supposed to be the priests. So the Pharisees, the priesthood, or the Essenes. Josephus says out of these 3, the only real Israelites are the Essenes. Remember that. Remember that, y'all. Right? See, if you slow down and then get into a waspy after you get all this different information, you be like, man, ain't no way in the world dude could have even made this up, man. Ain't no way in the world. And these angels inspired 700 Israelites to separate themselves from all other people and go and live by direction of the angels of Jehovah Moreover, the angels inspired these people to call themselves Essenes, as commanded by Moses in heaven. So Essenes actually is a name that was given by Moses from heaven, given to the angelic hosts of Pharaoh and them to inspire us to righteousness. Y'all see that? Notice we got Israelites and Essenes all in the same verse. So this puts a nail in the coffin dealing with what Josephus said. What he said must be true. Because how is YAH'S speaking about the Essenes and the Israelites in the same verse? Because the true Israelites are the Essenes or the Oralites, who live by the oral tradition of the faith's fathers. Those are the real Israelites. The Leviticans or the hanger-ons, those are the strangers that came up. Those aren't even the real Israelites, but those, you know, are the ones who are responsible for the Pharisee, the Sadducee, and all that. The Orthodox. See, you can't even make this up. You can't even make this up. Now, what is in the scene? 11:7. Look at this. That is, you see how we come full circle with this? That is, followers of the Spirit, in contradistinction to those who follow the dictates of the flesh. Today we know them as who? Essenes. Essenes, y'all, R-N-O-I-S-P. And for any of the brothers running around here with a scene on their name and still scared to read YAH'S, you ain't got to be scared. We already cleared the block. Come on outside. They're known as Essenes today. Right now, what do the Essenes got to do with the birth of Joshua or Yeshua? Look at this. And Moses is the one that inspired the whole title of a scene. I thought that was very interesting. Look how these scenes get down. We already read how the Nazarenes get down. Look at this. This is in YAH'S. Look at this. These Essenes were therefore a separate people, pledged to the Creator to have no king or earth ruler except their rabbis. And they dwelt in communities and families of 10s, 20s, and 100s, holding all things in common. Do y'all see this? Same thing we read in Josephus. Same thing we read about Brahma in the first book of God, and how those coming to him had to live. Same thing we read in the book of Acts chapter 2 and Acts chapter 4. All right? Gathering together in communities and sharing resources and attacking things as a focused organic front. That's the beginning of building the Creator's kingdom on earth. Whatever kingdom coming to earth, you got to build it. Right? Your inheritance is the heavens, though. The higher heavens. Right? But you see, it's the same system in order. Right? What the Essenes are doing is the very same thing Brahmin was doing 4,000 years later, basically. And they dwelt in communities and families of 10s, 20s, and 100s, holding all things in common. But in marriage, they were what? Monogamic. They were monogamous. Nor would they have more than one suit of clothes each. And they lived on fruits and herbs, vegetables only. Nor did they eat fish or flesh of anything that had ever breathed the breath of life. They bathed every morning at sunrise and worshiped before the altar of the Creator, doing in all things in the manner of the ancient faiths, by virtue of the angel hosts who were with them. They did these things, and they held communion with the angels of heaven every night before going to sleep. And Lays has said, because I persecuted the faiths, I raised up my hands against them and against Yahweh. I was instrumental in part for their fall. Now I will labor with them to reestablish them in purity and love, and so he labored. That's what slave master got to do. That's what he got to do. Dig? It lays in his angel host made the camps of the Essenes their dwelling place. Y'all see this? Watching over these few Israelites. We keep reading Israelites, don't we? Keep reading about the Israelites. Watching over these few Israelites day and night for hundreds of years. Yes. Essenes and Israelites in the same verse again. Yes, without leaving them. These faithful angels guarded them from all the warring hosts of angels belonging to the armies of Baal and Asheroth, and to the triune God, Luamung and his host. Look at this. And though the Essenes lived in great purity of body and soul, yet they were evilly slandered by the world's people all around them. Sound familiar, don't it, gang? Sound familiar, don't it? But Jehovah prospered the seed of the Essenes in holiness and love for many generations. Then came Kepha, chief of the Louis, according to the command of God, to raise up an heir to the voice of Yahweh. And in 4 more generations, an heir was born, and named Yeshua. And he was the child of Joseph and his wife Morah, devout worshippers of Yahweh who stood aloof from all other people except the Essenes. Like, look, you know what I mean? In righteousness, they stand apart from everybody except the Essenes. Why? We read in the Gospel of the Nazarenes, his whole family rocked with the Essene order. They were the Nazarenes. See that? Connected the dots. Right? You ain't got to be on the fence no more. Come on outside. And because of the extreme youth, the marauder child was of doubtful sex, regarding which the Rabbah said the child was an Isu, signifying neutral. I find that very, very interesting. Being in the King James 1611 Bible, that's the exact name that they call Yeshua or Jesus, Isu. But the Isu is a title of one that doesn't have any type of physical passion or physical desire. Look at this. The time of the birth of the child, Yeshua, was 3 days after the descent of a heavenly ship from the throne of God. Right? Remember, God is not the creator. God is a brother of yours. He's a son of the creator. And many of the Essenes, here we go. I thought we wasn't no Essenes and no WASPI, ain't no Israelites, ain't no Abraham, ain't no Moses. Y'all let all these millie mouth misfits talk y'all into not reading this. And you missing all this, man. You know what I mean? You missed all this. Look at it. And many of the Essenes looked up and saw the star. So now we know that this is at the time of the birth of what we call Messiah, or Yeshua, right? The time of the birth of the child. According to the biblical narrative, there was a star in the sky, right? They call it the Star of Bethlehem. The time of the birth of the child was 3 days after the descent of a heavenly ship from the throne of God. And many of their Essenes looked up and saw the star. Huh? The Star of Bethlehem, y'all, is a fire ship, a starship. And why is that hard to understand? You don't ever look up and see stars coursing the firmament or coursing that black sky. You don't ever see that. What if the stars are ships? Whew. Yeah, that part. That part. Look at it. The Essenes looked up and saw the star, and they felt the cold wind of the higher heavens fall upon the place and around the tent. Look at that vortex, boy. Where the child would be born. And they said to one another, Jehovah remembers us. The father of the chief angel of the Louis knew beforehand what the birth would be. And he sent out around the Essene encampments extra guardian angels. And these notified the descending host of heaven of what was near at hand. So the angels from heaven stayed until after the child was born, acquainting Elias of the time ahead when Moses and Elias with their hosts would come to complete the deliverance of the spirits of the Egyptians when Moses had colonized in Atmospheria. Elias said, thank Yahweh. This is what Pharaoh was saying. Thank Jehovah. I shall once more look upon Moses' face. When the birth was completed, when Yeshua was born, the angels of heaven re-entered their starship. Look at this. Owaski reveals the Star of Bethlehem, y'all, is a starship and hastened back to paradise. God's heavenly seat. Ooh, wee, wee. Ooh, wee, wee. Ooh, wee, wee, wee. All right, let's jump on down. We're going to get on down to chapter 44. We're going to read about what Yeshua taught. Because you read in the Gospel of the Nazarenes what he was teaching. Let's see if it's similar. We even read about Brahma. We even read Yeshua was cold with the herbs and with the crystals and the stones. Shout out to my sister Intuitive Goat, LaShawn LaFay. Shout out to all the herbalists out there, man. Shout out to the brothers, SHALOM, YAH'KI. YAH'KI out there doing this thing. Shout out to those with the green thumb in the game, Brother Cosmo and Cal and all them. Shout out to the herbalists. Shout out to those who are into sound healing and Reiki healing and stone healing and all that. Y'all, it's all a specific science. It's all of what liberated vortex you. Whatever you're doing, have a righteous intention, right? A righteous reason for doing what you're talking about, right? And get it done. Doctrines of Joshua and the death. God said, these are my doctrines as I taught through Yeshua. So let's see if any of this line up. We in a time of war. Everybody talking war. The creative game talking peace. Let's see. We just showed you that the false God, the one who called himself the Christ, he the one. Them the ones. All right, inspiring warfare. The creator of all creation is not inspiring that war in Israel, y'all. Period. The gods are war. False gods. All right, these are the doctrines that God taught through Joshua. You should keep the 10 commandments of Moshe. You should not engage in war nor bet war. There it is. You shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that Jehovah created alive. Same thing he said in the Nazarene text. See that? You should dwell in families, communities, in the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. That's another thing. All the brotherhoods all lived communally. They mobilized into communities and they shared their resources and they attacked whatever they were attacking as a unified front. You dig? But it wasn't just the Essenes living like that, y'all. The third Pute, Egypt, the Pythagoreans, those amongst the Buddhists, those amongst the Brahmins. All right? Went into the savior worship, the idol worship, y'all. It makes sense. Went into the sacrifices, the warfare, the loin meat. It makes sense. You know what I mean? Shout out to those who's into the science and all that, the metaphysics, the chakras and all that. Yeah. It is what it is. Just don't be into no deity worship. Don't be into no deity worship. You should not be worshiping any God. If you worship a God, the God is false. You know what I mean? We're in service and in worship to the creator of all gods. Look at this. You shall eat no flesh of any animal, fish, bird, fowl, or creeping thing that Yahweh created alive. You should dwell in families in the manner of the ancient Israelites. Or Israelites again. And I thought these mealy mouth niggas, hey Cal, I thought these slanderous jaw fumigating at the mouth Negroes say this book ain't got nothing to do with no Israel. I thought that's what they said, brother. You shall dwell in families in the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. Look at this. You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator. Makes sense, don't it? That part. Bag drop, headshot, body blow. No king, no queen. We don't bow and worship. We don't. Our knees don't knock like a naked newborn just because you show up looking marvelous. No. We got to try that spirit. Who are you and what you want from me? What message you got for me? That's how that works. You see that? You shall have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any except your creator. You should not call on the name of angels to worship them. You heard this. You shall not call on the name of angels to worship them. But what is that? But if your God is an angel and you worship your God, then you're in violation. You're in violation of the higher law. You're still in sippy cup status. You should not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor to counsel with them on the affairs of earth. You should love your neighbor as yourself, and do to your fellow man as you would have him do to you. You should return good for evil and pity to those who sin. It has been said, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but I say return good for evil. If a man hits you on one cheek, turn the other to him also. The man shall have only one wife, and the woman only one husband. Nigga really don't want to hear that. Oh, no. See, what had happened was, and I want to hear that. As the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed with peace and plenty. Remember that all things are of Jehovah, and you are his servants to help one another. See? And as much as you do these services to one another, so do you serve the Creator. You see what the Messiah is saying? Serving the Creator is based off your righteous service you do for others. It ain't about you relapping and running around the church, falling out, foaming at the mouth. I should have bought a Honda. Jean-Claude Van Damme. It ain't about none of that. The service and worship of the Creator is simple. Treat your neighbor and love your neighbor as yourself. That's it. Get rid of them idols. See that? Look what he said. Look what Creator said. And as much as you do these services to one another, so do you serve the Creator. Now you know. Anybody ask you, well, how do you serve Deshaun LaFay? How do you serve Jaja? How do you serve Yah, the Creator? How? Is it the 613 laws? Is it me wearing zeets and spinning dreidels? What is it? Now you know, as much as you do these services. All right, look at this again. Okay. Remember that all things are of the Creator, and you are his servants to help one another. We're here to help each other. You know what I mean? We're here to, that's all you're here for. You're here to help each other. That's it. And as much as you do these services to one another, so do you serve the Creator. You see how easy that is? Y'all, you can take that to the bank. You know what I mean? And anybody can apply that, y'all. I don't care if you swinging. I don't care if you swinging through the Amazon in a loincloth. Huh? You still can help somebody, can't you? You can still perform righteous works, right? And that is how you serve the Creator. Just the righteous work. Get out here and do something great for somebody. Stop being a misfit all your damn life. Do something marvelous, man. Right? And look, do it because you're genuine and you're solid. Look what else Messiah say. Look what else Yeshua say. Supposed to be out here raising our people up. Look at this. Behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. So here you go talking about every shortcoming that every Tom, Dick, and Harry got going on. Well, Yeshua is saying, look, only talk about the good that they got going on. Don't even mention where he falls short at. Why? Because his matters are with his Creator. That really show you, look, man, you really responsible for you, and you know what I mean, you're responsible for raising others up. Because the quickest way to raise somebody up is to talk to them about what they're doing good, not constantly reminding them of where they fall off at. So don't even discover his faults or where he falls short at. Only bring up, hey, bro, you did a good job on the hey, sis, I see you. I see you over there getting it done. Right? Don't bring up her inconsistencies. Don't bring up his faults. His matters with his Creator. Look at this. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship. Worship Yahweh or Jehovah only. Y'all hear this? Well, I said earlier, if you worship any God, that God is false. Now, we don't worship no God over this way. No God, no Lord, no Savior. Creator only. But how do you do that, Malaki? By the righteous service done unto others. That's how you raise your grade. That's how you raise your vibration. That's how you raise up, by raising others up. Right? Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Jehovah only. And when you pray, let it be in this manner. Okay, so how about we really take this in and see what's going on? Jehovah who rules in heaven and earth, hallowed be your name, and reverend among men. Sufficient for me is my daily bread, and as much as I forgive those who trespass against me, so forgive me and make me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are yours, worlds with an S, without end. Amen. To visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, and to relieve them, to provide for the widow and orphan, and keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. Y'all like that? See that? Righteousness, good works. And y'all, it don't cost nothing. And when you're done, you're going to feel marvelous behind it. You'll feel marvelous behind it. You feel marvelous. Yes. I am manner. I feel you. You feel me? But we all get there eventually. You feel me? We all get there eventually. One thing I already know, you ain't about being no slap target or just letting somebody take whatever it is. Nah, we ain't gonna do that. But you know what we gonna do? We're gonna be smart and do what Craig told us to do. Get the hell out the way. You know, and that's what it is, y'all. We all should be making preparations to get up out of these cities. The cities are gonna plunge further in the dark. It's not gonna be better. LA, New York, Detroit, Miami, wherever you at. It ain't gonna be better. It's not gonna be more light that comes. It's gonna get worse. So we wouldn't even have to be worried about turning no other cheeks or doing any of that, you know what I mean? Or having to defend whatever if we just, hey, whoever blood you spill, you responsible for that. You gotta clean that up. That's it. You know what I mean? But definitely understand your sentiments. Definitely. Look at this. So he's letting you know the way to redemption. And what is it, y'all? It's to visit the sick and distressed, the helpless and blind, to relieve them. Right? Be solid. Be solid for once in your life. All right, look at this. You should take no part in the governments of men. Here you go. Look at this. You should take no part in the governments of men, but observe the will of the Creator, being obedient to all governments for his sake. So we not politicians. We ain't into the governments of men, right? But guess what we ain't gonna do? We ain't bombing no governments either. No. Our inheritance is the heavens. We ain't even worried about what you talking about. While we on earth, we gonna do what we supposed to do. Look at this. All men are the children of one Father, who is the Creator. And whoever chooses him, whoever chooses the Creator and keeps his commandments is his chosen. So you want to be chosen? Choose the Creator. That's it. Y'all talking about DNA in an earthly kingdom with slaves and surrounded by whoremongers and murderers. And man, come on, man, stop it. Stop it. All right. You want to be chosen? Choose the Creator. It's really that simple. You know what I mean? And tap on in and be solid. You realize all this is common sense, really. You know what I mean? All you got to remove the idol, switch up the way you eat a little taste, and just be solid. Be solid with everybody in your life. Stop trying to be scandalous and get over. To preserve the seed of his chosen, you shall only wear with the chosen. But the chosen are what? Those who choose the Creator. We do not contend with any man for opinion's sake, nor for an earthly thing. What is you fighting with somebody because they believe Michael Jordan is better than LeBron? Who the hell cares? Why are you fighting somebody over that? Nor for any earthly thing. Fight with you over no earthly thing. We ain't gonna fight with you over no land. Creator's land. I can't sell it nor spill blood over it. We either rocking with the higher light or we not. Look at this. And let your speech be for others' joy, or do not open your mouth if your words will give pain. This is what Yeshua the Essene or the Nazarene, the faithless Israelite. This is what he's saying. Look, if what you're saying ain't gonna bring joy to somebody, then close your mouth, man. Close your mouth. Look at this. Therefore, be considerate. Be considerate with your speech, teaching others by gentleness and love to be respectful toward all men, period. You dig? Here you go with your bully doctrine. Then you about to bully somebody. Then you run into somebody like one of us, and we like, look, we match energy over here. We know you ain't dealing with no higher light. So you either a wolf or you crying wolf. Yeah, that part. Preserve the sacred days of the priests, the rabbis, and the rites and ceremonies of the emet. Kava. I see two Hebrew words in there, truth and love. Let me see what that means right there. That by. You ain't got that over there nowhere. Okay. So there are rites and ceremonies within this walk, but it all has something spiritual, a spiritual connotation to do. And it has to do with spiritual progression at that, y'all. Look at this. For 3 years, Yeshua traveled among the Israelites, preaching and restoring the ancient doctrines. And they were gathered in groups of 10s, 20s, and 50s, more than 2,000 Israelites. Look what Yeshua was doing. He's putting everything back in order, right? And they were living communally, and they were sharing resources, and they were mobilizing. It's the beginning of the Creator's kingdom on earth. It's you coming together out of these cities and living communally. You see the major work Yeshua was doing? More than 2,000 Israelites. We keep reading Israelites today, don't we? Everybody keep claiming, oh, WASP ain't got nothing to do with Israel. How many times have we read Israelite today? You start seeing people really don't know what they're talking about. More than 2,000 Israelites of the ancient order of Moses who became steadfast followers of the teachings of Yeshua, meaning everything we just read. Look at it. But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, y'all, that's the orthodoxy. That's your mainstream Israelite movement, the Israelitisms. They the apostates. Remember, Josephus said the only real Israelites are the Essenes. We're reading about Yeshua the Essene and what he taught. You read about Yeshua the Nazarene and Yaakov, his brother, and John, his cousin, and what they taught and what they ate and how they traveled. That's what we've been showing today. Showing you the authenticity, even the validity in Owaski, man. Like how is the, and then look, the Nazarene literature I'm pulling out, the same literature, y'all, is between 1st to 3rd century. But wasn't even rediscovered until that late 1800s. So around the same time Owaski is being written. So how does Owaski have things in it that agree with the Nazarene Essene literature, which is from the 1st century, but wasn't rediscovered and put out in English until the late 1800s? The same time Owaski was being revealed. And it has a lot of the same things in it. So either he got a download from the right side, either he got this download from a devil or from the right side of this spiritual warfare. But after it's so long, you got to start explaining to the people, how is this in her? And it was in there, but it wasn't rediscovered when this was being written. What's really going on? How is it talking about things that were only recently discovered? It was buried up until... But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, they kept themselves aloof from the world, having signs and passwords by which they knew one another. So y'all, the Masons didn't start the handshakes and the passwords and the signs. The faithists, the Israelites did. The real ones, the Essenes did. You feel me? Why? Because we were being persecuted by the apostates. The mainstream Israelitisms you see today out there, the camps and the congregations who agree with war and agree with sacrifice and agree with chewing on animals and agree with exclusivity and strictly Israelite world domination. Those were the apostates. Those were the ones who were under the inspiration of Baal and all that. Only the Essenes were under the inspiration of the Creator. That's who the Creator was dealing with. You dealing with apostates over that way. And they straight tell you they was worshiping Molech, Baal, all that. Now, we the Oralites. We the real Israelites, the faiths. We the ones that rock with Creator. We the ones telling you about the Creator's character and all that. So we had to develop signs and passwords. You know what I mean? We had to use our heads and be smart. You dig? So when you see in certain people, oh, what's the path that makes Sonic sign? And nah, man, they got all that from us. We had to come up with these things to preserve our brotherhood. Look at this. First, the god Baal, and after him, Thoth, inspired the kings and rulers against these faithless. See? And Israel was up under Baal a very long time. See this? This is what Yeshua was teaching. First the god Baal, and after him Thoth, which is Jibril, who founded Islam, inspired the kings and rulers against these faithless, and they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh. Remember, these faithless are Essenes, who are Israelites, the real ones, and they don't eat flesh or go to war. But this is how the king's people, they were so mad that these brothers and sisters don't eat flesh anymore. They were trying to command them to eat it. And they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which if they refused was sufficient testimony under the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods. And you wonder why everybody got mad when we was telling everybody stop eating lamb for Passover. Man, you cats got pissed. They got pissed at us. Blasphemy! Like, dang. So if you didn't eat flesh during this time, you was convicted as an enemy of the gods. Baal and all that. They want their sacrifices. They want their sweet smelling savor. You see that? Look at this right here. So they were scourged and put to death whenever found. See? It's something about us, y'all. We a threat. It ain't just you being an Israelite, it's you being out of the insane order of it. Because that's where the light is at. Right? And as long as you got that light, you're a threat to the establishment of the false gods. Keep your eyes peeled out here, family. We are a threat. We the only ones out here talking about the Creator. Ain't nobody else talking about the Creator. They're talking about a deity. Keep your eyes peeled out here, man. Understand and know what this thing is about. You feel me? And understand we are waging war on the highest levels in spirit known to mankind. In spirit, that is. But that's an honor with me, man. Like I actually enjoy it. That's what's up. All right. But don't be out here gullible. Every war has casualties. You know what I mean? Know what you're looking at. Know what you're into. You understand? Holler at your Creator and ask him for their protection and their guidance out there. You know what I mean? Through his angel ambassadors. Right? To surround you and guard you, you and your loved ones, from all these warring angelic hosts of these false deities and gods. You feel me? You not no victim out here, and whatever unclean vision skip across your mind, look, you got every right to deny it. You can, by simply saying, I don't even agree with that outcome. I don't agree with that. You feel me? This is really all on you. You feel me? But you gotta get vocal in spirit when it's time. You feel me? Don't just let no evil thought skip across your plate and you don't do nothing about it. No, you fool skipping across my plate. Yeah. I don't even agree with that. You gotta go. I render that. You gotta get proactive in this spiritual war. Proactive, right? In full faith, open up your mouth and let them unclean spirits know what time it is. I render you powerless and I expose you to the light of our ever-present Creator. Raise your ass up. And look at this. So living like this, y'all, we become enemies to the world's people because they're in darkness. You see that? So they were scourged and put to death whenever found. Now it came to pass that Joshua went into Jerusalem to preach. And then not many days after that, he was accused of preaching who? The Creator. Yeshua preached and taught the Creator. Yeshua is one of many sons of the Creator that he raised up as an heir to his voice. And he going to Jerusalem teaching opposite of what the apostate Jews are teaching. And he's in the scene, and he's really the only authentic Israelite there. And he was arrested, and while being carried to prison, he said, "You are hypocrites and blasphemers." See how you go out? You are hypocrites and blasphemers. You practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. Behold, the temple shall be split in two, and you shall become vagabonds on the earth. At that, the multitude cast stones upon him and killed him. And Jehovah sent a chariot of fire and bore his soul to paradise. Y'all see that, boy? Y'all see that? You hear that? Hit different, don't it? Huh? Hit different, don't it? I know. Trust me, I know. That deal hit different, boy. That deal hit different. But it's a beautiful read once you get into it. You feel me? And as a recap, y'all, that's all we did. We started with Josephus and showed Josephus, and Josephus say, well, the Essenes out of the three philosophical sects in first century Israel, first century Palestine, out of them three, only the Essenes are the Israelites by birth. Would you say, Julie Ray? Wait, look, you just sat there and listened to what we just read. Did it sound like the story of Yeshua, the teachings of Yeshua being denied? That's people trying to play on, that's the drudges and the demons trying to play on your mind, sis. You know what I mean? Look at it. We just read all about it. We connected the Brotherhood worldwide. We showed you. We look. We got more stories of Yeshua over this way than they got. We showed you Yeshua over in India, Persia, Chaldea, Egypt, Greece. We showed that he was cold with the botany, the herbs, and healing with the herbs, healing with the stones and the crystals. We showed all of it. All right, so he was traveling around different spots. We even showed in the Nazarene Acts, Peter's giving a big salute to the Brahmins, and how they amongst them, they are against the idolatry, the warfare, the bloodshed, adultery. They against all of it. You know what I mean? He said they are unlike the rest of them. The rest of them, they with the bloodshed and all that. So what we've been showing is that the Brotherhood of Light, the Creator's universal light workers in every division of the earth. All right. So after Peter saluted the Brahmins, then we went and got a history of Brahma, didn't we? The Brahma in Owaspi, not Brahma the false, but the Brahma in Owaspi. Right? And what did we read about him? And how the king's people was coming against him, and how they was living in communities and all that. And down with the ever-present Creator. We go read that. Then we go read the story of Yeshua when he was born. We found out that the star of Bethlehem actually was a starship. And that these Essenes, and then trip about this, Julie, we kept reading Essene, Israelite, Essene, Israelite, Essene, Israelite, right? Only to be right back at where we started. Because Josephus said what? We ain't deny. Look, we take all the higher light over this way. I don't know what they talking about denying. Denying who or what? If what Yeshua is teaching is right and exact, and it represents the light of the Creator, we down with it over this way. I don't know what they talk about. You know what I mean? Who told you that? This right here. This right here is War of the Jews, Book 2, Chapter 8, Section 119. This is Josephus. This is from the 1st century. This is what he's saying. We just finished with the story of Yeshua and Owaspi. He's an Essene. He's an Israelite. It's a faithist. And what you see is all in the same thing. So if you an Israelite for real, you know you don't go to war. You don't shed blood. You don't chew on animals. You abhor the bloody sacrifices. You feel me? You don't worship a Lord, God, or a Savior. If you're an Israelite, that's what that is. And this is Josephus speaking about this again. Look what this says. For there are 3 philosophical sects among the Jews. The followers of the first, which are the Pharisees. Of the second, those sad ones you see, Sadducee, which represent the priesthood, y'all, the sons of Zadok. And the third sect, which pretends to a severe discipline, are called who? Essenes. These last, the Essenes, these last are who? Jews by birth. Israelites by birth. Huh? Huh? You hear that? You feel that? By birth. That means the Pharisees and Sadducees or not. Ooh wee, y'all. That's Josephus telling you that. That's Josephus. That's Josephus telling you that the Essenes are the Israelites. The other ones, they weren't. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. I know somebody mad, but look, trust me, you be all right, man. You be all right. You see Messiah, you see Yeshua and what he taught as an Essene. No warfare, no bloodshed, no chewing on, none of that. None of that. None of that. One more time right here. Owaspi. God's book of Esdras. Hey, Julie, tell them Millie Mouth, Nick Rose, read that God's book of Esdras, started chapter 42 about Yeshua since they got a problem. Now, what it is, they realize you don't worship Yeshua anymore. Yeshua is a brother of yours. A brother of yours. Who told you you can do greater things than him? What are they mad at you for? Right here. So this is about the birth of Yeshua and Owaspi. All right. This is about Israelites and the Essenes. All right. Because the Essenes are the Israelites. Oh, man, this is marvelous, man. This is marvelous. All right. Make sure y'all, y'all get it created as props, man. As certain things start happening, start reoccurring, you can't make this stuff up. This ain't nothing you making up. You ain't waking up sniffing the Folgers and coming up with none of this. It's too vast, man. It's too much attention to detail. You dig? Just what it is. All right, now look, let's read this. All right. So for any of the slanderous mouth fumigating at the mouth Negroes who got a problem, in Owaspi, it talks about the birth of Yeshua. And look at this. Because slave master of Pharaoh persecuted the Israelites, Moses put a curse upon Pharaoh. That's when he killed the lamb and shed that blood. That actually was a curse. That was not commanded by the Creator. And after hundreds of years in the lower heavens, behold, Pharaoh was cast into hell, and then into chaos, and no one but Moses could deliver him as been previously described. All right. Jump down so y'all can see. And these angels inspired 700 Israelites to separate themselves from all other people. Talking about the apostate Jews that was amongst them. Right? The Pharisees and the Sadducees. And to go and live by the direction of the angels of Jehovah. Moreover, the angels inspired these people to call themselves Essenes as commanded by Moses in heaven. What are Essenes right here? That is followers of the Spirit, In contradiction to those who follow the dictates of the flesh, today the followers of the spirit are known as who? Essenes. Right there. Right there. Scroll back over. How did the Essenes get down? These Essenes were therefore a separate people, pledged to the Creator, to have no king or earth ruler except their priests, the rabbis. And they dwelt in communities and families of tens, 20s, and hundreds, holding all things in common. But in marriage they were monogamous. Nor would they have more than one suit of clothes each, and they lived on what? Fruits and vegetables only. Nor did they eat fish or flesh. Yeshua never chewed on lamb. He wasn't chewing on chicken and turkey and beef. Nah. Look at this. Nor did they eat fish or flesh of anything that had ever breathed the breath of life. And they bathed every morning at sunrise and worshiped before the altar of Jehovah, doing in all things in the manner of the ancient faith is, by virtue of the angel hosts who were with them. They did these things. They held communion with the angels of heaven every night before going to sleep. Y'all, that's so powerful, because in the Essene Gospels, they have the actual angelic communions. What you say every night before you go to sleep and right when you get up. So that was hard to me when I read it. I said, dang, that's crazy, because we got the actual communions. What was said in the morning and what was said in the evening. You see? So, and that's the bridge that led me to a WASPI. It was the Essene Nazarene literature. I'm like, dang, it's already saying what we already know. It's saying what we already know. You know what I'm talking about? Ooh-wee. All right, one of y'all want to get on, chop it up with your brother for a little taste. If not, I'm about to go feed my whiskers. I need something to eat, man. Hungry as a mud chucker. If y'all got some understanding today, y'all go ahead and throw a vortex in the chat, family. Throw a vortex in the chat if y'all got some understanding today. You know, we started off kind of slow, had to redo the video. You know what I mean? I think we got our point across, though. I think the point is made. Yeah, y'all got some understanding today. Go ahead and give us a fold up in the chat. Bless up. If anybody want to get on, y'all come on in, chop it up with your bruh for a little taste. You know, it's always all good over this way. You know what I mean? We put it out there and make it easy to understand. The Creator and his universal light workers. Are you for war or peace? Peace, man. Yeah. Anybody want to get on? Y'all tap on in. Tap on in with your brother. Y'all know ain't nothing but love and light over this way. Message is pinned at the top of the chat. As long as understanding is had, that's all that matters. Understanding is had. People get the understanding. Dots been connected. Hey, you know, another day at the office. All good. That's right. All praises to the Most High, Yah Creator. That's right. By people coming in, man, getting some understanding. As they see we ain't about none of that riff-raff. I got my brother in the building, the young prince of the gang. Credit gang, Prince, you bring and we praise him. What's the word? Talk to us, bro.
Bless up, family, man. A beautiful build once again, as always, my brother. Can y'all hear me?
Absolutely. We can hear you. Absolutely,
oh,
bro.
Okay, good.
What you get out of that today, bro? What you get out of that?
Man, I love how you connect the dots and you really bring over the scene connections, man. You know, through the history, connecting the dots from Josephus, showing that they literally were the true Israelites. The only true bloodline descendants was documented by Josephus. That's a bag drop. You know what I mean? So in the first century, so we got that. You know, then you connected it to the dietary laws that Yeshua was teaching in the OSP, linked it there. You see what I'm saying? So all of those dots, and not just them, but the Brahmins, how Creator got a line of light in every nation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? On the earth, in different localities, his light is shining. It's not just to Israel alone. You see what I'm saying? So that's a beautiful thing, man, to be able to connect those dots and see it in real time and actually have the receipts to show and prove and not just, pulling from the hip. I love the way you break stuff down. So surgical, man. Bless up, God.
We got to be surgical with it. But I wanted to give the people a glimpse at what led us over to a WASP. It's like, look, we already reading all this. Like, y'all don't see, you don't see this.
Yeah,
like, we already reading this. We already reading. If I had a chance to get into it, I would have showed y'all. I would have showed y'all how they was questioning even the serpent talking to them in the garden, and man fell because they ate some fruit from a tree. You know what I mean? Like Peter was questioning all that. He actually was saying stupid people believe that man.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm like, dang.
Right. And then we see that the false gods literally came up with that 7-day creation story with all of that fruit and all that. That's so that it's a higher light of understanding. It's clearly understood once you really connect the dots with it. So man. So I like to see how how you systematically tie through the Nazarene literature. We all went through them 4-hour lessons, all 110 of them. You see what I mean? And so to always show that bridge, I like to show that to my brothers and sisters too, because a lot of my brothers, we started off Christian, went to the Hebrew thing, went through all the pseudepigrapha, the all of the apocrypha books and all that type of stuff. So, but a lot of my brothers haven't touched the Essene text yet.
Right.
You see, so they're missing that link, that what I mean. So, but once you get it and you understand who the true Nazarites were and what they was on, what they was teaching, the true doctrines of abstaining from the flesh and blood and animals, sacrifice to idols and all that type of stuff. When you broke that down, going through, you know what I'm saying, what'd you call it? The Nazarene literature, you called it something. I forgot what you was calling it. But when you link the
literature and all that.
Yeah. But what'd you call the series? What was the series title?
Nazarene edition.
Yeah, the Nazarene edition. When you was going through that, it literally opened it all linked, man. And that's what you proved once again in this bill right now today, that it's an easy link through the actual history documented in the 1st century under Josephus and others. And then you got dealing with a WASP's version of Yeshua's history, and the Essene documents, bro. When you see it like that, you can't really say art against that without looking like a straight up, what'd you say, mental midget.
Yeah. Yeah, you start looking real crazy because what you thought it was, it ain't.
Right.
Like some way people get. And then I know a lot of y'all want to just feel that we just lost the light and we in darkness and we reveling and we look, man, look. We dealing with a higher light than what mainstream Israel is dealing with.
Period. And it's
that's
easily
truth. That's objective truth. That ain't us just bragging. That's objective truth. I can say that and not lose a nanosecond of sleep behind it. You know what I mean? We're dealing.
And I like.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just saying, man. It's the higher light is not just shown in what we bring. And now you can go to the Brahmins text and see that they had Brahmins who's taught the same thing that Abraham was on. You see what I'm saying? That's that right there is a beautiful, freeing feeling to know that Jaja, the work ain't on just Israel. It's not just on my shoulders. It's Negroes everywhere on the earth who can hear Jehovah's light and understand it in real time and do the work. You know what I mean? So it's just the brotherhood, the sisterhood is worldwide, man, and that's a beautiful thing to realize.
It is, and it ain't based off your concentrated forms of melanin either. You know what I mean? Like I understand, man. Our recent history, especially dealing with where we at, dealing with the states of America and all that. What I'm saying is, the Creator handled His business, and He raised up heirs to His voice all over this earth in every age. You feel me? For us to be like it's just me and only me, a boo-boo. And then for you not to be doing nothing with the light. Like what are we doing with the light?
Exactly.
What are you doing? Telling people they're gonna be enslaved for the rest of their life or existence? What's really going on here?
And I like how you put it that most Hebrews today, they identify themselves based on curses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's heavy. That kind of hurt. Like that cuts a little bit because it's actually, that don't even say right now what I'm thinking about, because I used to do that too. Like, oh yeah, we proves that we was on slave ships and we were scattered, and then to find out, man, that that's not even, the whole situation,
Man,
how it went
no,
down.
you prove you an Israelite is based off your work. It's based off your work.
Exactly.
Righteousness you do unto others. That's how you prove you an Israelite, because you abhor warfare. You ain't chewing on
Mm-hmm.
animals. You know what I mean? You ain't in service to the false gods. You ain't worshiping the God, Lord, or Savior. You understand?
Exactly.
The only way to righteousness, the only way to resurrection and salvation is to love your neighbor as yourself.
Come on,
It's
man.
really that simple.
And be associated. Yeah, that's it, man. I love that, man. Make it so easy. It ain't complicated. It's real. The religions made it complicated.
In the building. We got our brother VP Man in the VP Man in the building. What's up with you, brothers? Talk to us.
Salute.
Oh man, what's going on? Peace to everybody in the chat, all the kings, man, and princesses. You hear me? Hey man, that's a beautiful breakdown. You hear me? Hey that. I still ain't got the book, but I got the download on the phone, man. Yeah, that mug cold. You hear me? I've been reading a little bit every night. I'm in the Book of the Wars. You hear me?
Okay.
I'm like, hey, I start writing something about I'm writing for my second book, right? I start writing something about Adam and Eve and things, right? Oh, just a different outlook. And I'm in the middle of that deal. I'm like halfway done. I'm like, man, let me see what the OSP got to say about this. I went in there, man. I'm like, this deal saying the same thing I'm saying right now. I'm like, man, that's a second witness. I'm like, that's dope. I said, I got to get into this. I got to get into this. Hey man, but everything definitely come together, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, trip off that. And it was wild when we pulled out that Josephus. And it's like when Josephus saying that the only Israelites in the first century were the Essenes.
Man. Headshot.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold you, man. OSP, the coldest book. Period. Period. Point blank. OSP is probably the best thing that could have happened to anybody on this planet, because for him to be so 100 with it, like everybody else, they ain't keeping it a buck with us, for Esau or who we refer to as Esau to clean up his mess. What better way to do it than by telling us the truth? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
exactly.
And this is truth.
Yeah, man, that deal hit hard, man. Hey, look, even when we showed what Peter was talking about, he was shouting out the Brahmins. You feel me? He was like, man, look, they ain't into warfare, they ain't chewing on no animals, they live the way they forefathers. You dig? So for him to be talking about that in the Nazarene Acts, and then get the history of Brahma, because people really don't know too much about Brahma out here.
Wait, hold on, big bro. Hey, what about homeboy that said he sit in Peter's seat? Didn't he say he sit in Kepha's seat?
Yeah, General YAH'KI.
Yeah. How come General YAH'KI ain't salute the Brahmins for not going to war and not eating animal flesh? If you sit in Peter's seat, nigga, that's what Peter did.
Exactly.
Sit your ass down.
Right, why ain't no uproar in Israel about that? It's an uproar about the Creator Gang and what we bring out, but it ain't no uproar about YAH'KI saying he basically got the top rank on earth. If he tell you he's second only to Christ ain't on earth. He is. He's saying that he is the highest ranking disciple or apostle on this earth. That's what he's saying. He's saying what the Pope is saying.
Boy, what fucking deity you got that from?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Boy,
that's funny, man. But salute to Kepha, man, for understanding how Jehovah got his light on every people on the planet, different localities in different time periods. That's very, very important to note, because it definitely takes the exclusivity out of it.
It does.
And that's one of the character traits of Jehovah, is that he's not exclusive to any religion or any nation or any creed. You see what I'm saying? He is all in all, uplifting us to servitude unto our brothers and sisters everywhere. So definitely takes away colorism, takes it right out. You see what I'm saying? You can't be talking about you a faithist or you in a scene talking about you don't rock with this nigga over here because he Esau, or I don't rock with them because nah. You see, Jehovah can use anybody, and that's what you've just shown us today. And we all agree. You know, it ain't something we fighting or fussing about. So
Most definitely.
all praises, man. Yeah, all praises.
Look, bro, it's all there. You feel me? All we gotta do is slow down, just remove our personal biases. Just remove it out.
That's it.
You feel me? And just be solid with yourself and what you reading. You feel me? And then always go back and be like, well, dang, is what I'm talking about or the understanding I have. You feel me? Is there any holes in it? There's nothing wrong with you going back and scrutinizing what it is you're looking at. Or understanding. You should always be doing it. You never arrive at a point to where you completely arrive. Now, y'all, this journey, you're going to forever be perfected and get better and fine-tune it. You feel me? Forever.
Right. Right.
Forever. You're never going to get to the point to where I've made it to the all highest. No. You feel me?
Right. How can it be infinite and eternal in nature if you gonna get to him like that?
Yeah. Like I caught up with your creator. You're getting long. Nah, that'll never work. You feel me? But yeah, man, I just wanted to come on today, man, this show because everybody's in the vibrational war right now. You know what I mean? The world and all see, and it's like, look, y'all. I don't know if y'all been paying attention to Creator Gang the past 2 years, but we've been telling y'all the Creator is not the one sanctioning none of that warfare.
Most definitely.
Not at all. Not at all.
None of that warfare you talking about. You know what I mean? And
he ain't a man of war at all.
Nah, he ain't a man. He definitely ain't a man of war. Oh yeah, man.
Hey, bro, you
any last words or something?
You was speaking on servitude. Would you the spirit moved on? Would you let me read this chapter real quick on servitude? We've called The Spirit Speaks. You hear me?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
It say winning and losing is irrelevant. Love is the answer. Win or lose, we suffer outside of purpose. If I love you more than you love me, do I win? Do I lose or do I suffer? Question. Does the sun win because it shines brighter than the moon? Or does the moon win because its light can only be seen in the darkness? Does one drop of rain win because it touched the ground first before all the others? Is the winner the last drop to touch the ground? Or is it just simply raining because it is? The sun shines, the moon gives its fluorescent light, and the rain rains. It does, therefore it matters. So what are people doing? Do you matter? Let me rephrase that question. Matter is simply what you can see within the space. It is what exists before your eyes and also what it is doing. So we exist through our interdependent nature with the world and that we stand upon. The world does for us and everything else, so it matters. So if you are what you are doing in the space that you occupy, do you matter? Or do you only concern yourself with winning and losing as your life fades? The only way to matter is to help. The only way to matter is to serve. In reality, there are no winners or losers. Only the insufferable need to step on the backs of those who you are here to be in partnership with. So I ask you again, if the sun shines, the moon glows, and the rain rains, are people peopling? Are people existing as human beings? Or are we doing something else? Before you answer, first you must answer, what is a human being and its purpose? even matter like a chair. Even matter like a chair serves the backside of a man. In like manner, the ground is to be walked upon, also serving the purpose for feet. I say matter then can be classified as a thing's purpose, a thing's existing purpose in which to serve. Therefore, we matter by our existing purpose to help what and who is around us. Ask yourself, what is yours? And if you figure that out, then ask, what are you doing right now? Human beings, like everything else, have only one singular serving purpose. Although what we do to accomplish said servitude may differ. But as far as mankind, in that manner, we are the same. So if you are me and I am here, what am I doing? That was that, bro.
Yeah, that's that light right there, boy.
I think that was amazing. I think the creator said it. He he said he comes in this era that we're in now to build and not to destroy. And I think that's what we're here to do. And to build, to not only build physically but spiritually. You know what I'm saying? And build one another up. And in order to build something, it takes teamwork. It takes. I mean, you could build. Anybody could build by themselves, of course.
Right.
But that's what it goes. It gets back to that association. Imagine if we were all on one accord, what we would have built on this this earth plane that we on right now.
Boy, we'd be making plants in order to stop the mosquitoes from biting on us. You can eat this.
I mean, it's what we could but with us it's so
I don't know. I think you're breaking up a little bit, VP.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you better now. Go ahead.
Hey, yo, Molly, I'm in the STL right now. That's the only reason I got on here, man.
Look at you, man.
Yeah, I have to. I'll be in this truck, so I'm like, let me tap in and see what's happening. You feel me?
Yeah, what you doing? You passing through, or you posted up?
I work out of STL, so the majority of my loads come out of St. Louis. So
look at you, man. You need to go ahead and link on up with the right ones, man.
Man, I've been with you I've been with you for years. You feel me? In the background, just since from the time y'all was, you know what I'm saying, talking about the order of Melchizedek. You know what I'm saying, and we at the end of the prayers we'll do the whole say la Yahoo.
Yeah.
I've been rocking with y'all for years. You know what I'm saying? Yo, y'all was back when we was worshiping El.
Right.
You feel me? So when I heard, what's the crazy thing? When I first heard you mention OASP, I was asking for OASP for weeks, like because I couldn't hear what you called it.
Right.
Boy, when I got my hands on that OASP, boy, I'm trying to tell you, that thing right there is on a whole another Richter scale.
What?
I mean, he ripped a hole through reality itself.
Hey,
because
hey, BP, it exposes the false gods hiding everywhere, bro. Like,
boy, we was up under that. We was up under straight up this deception. You know what I'm saying? And you can see it now. When you see it,
easy.
When you see it now, when you look at your brothers and sisters around, and you're like, okay, and then OASP says it's not perfect. It says that no book you shouldn't be. It even talks about itself. It says you shouldn't be under no book under the sun.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it tells you, to in a sense use common sense, but it also tells you that no sense is common because every single last one of us see things different.
That's fire.
Absolutely.
So it's so freeing, you know. And there's nothing, they say there's nothing like freedom, and there really isn't. There's
Right.
nothing like being spiritually free, because religion is so, you know, it's so many things that you could, you know, be under captivity with. You know, I mean, it's just so it's bonding. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is bondage. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Straight up.
it's being, you know, and I was in that. Oh, I was in the Bible tough. I was in Enoch and all the, you know, the the 12 patriarchs.
You already know.
What?
And you know what's cold, right? You know,
Boy, Reuben, Judah.
in the Ascension of Isaiah, it talks about the layers of heaven. It talks about 7
Right.
heavens, and it even goes into how he was split in half by Manasseh.
Yeah.
Right.
So I would say that the closest thing to OASPI is the Ascension of Isaiah, because it breaks down the heavens, and it breaks down how Satan is in that first heaven, which is OASPI says the same thing.
Right. That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good way.
says
That's
the
a good
same thing
connection
about
right there.
Yeah.
Satan being in that first resurrection. Now, one thing I will say about like the Essene Gospel of Peace, when I have my hands on that, John, what I was doing, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm in this thing. And so when I, you know, heard about, you know, how you can fast and rid yourself of your sins and everything like that.
Right.
You know, I was up on that. And then here comes OASPI. And it's kind of like, yo, this is on a whole nother level, because even though Essene Gospel of Peace is, you know, Christ, you know, the or what they call the teacher, you know, him breaking everything down as to, you know, what we should be eating, how we should be fasting and things like that. This goes in to tell you, you know, even that, you know, is it's a little bit, you know, it's some blurred lines there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, you know, the crazy part is that's what I was showing everybody today. Like the Essene Nazarene literature was like the bridge that led me, like it was that much easier to receive what OASPI was talking about.
Man, that's real.
We already talking about most of what we're talking about. You know what I mean? It's still stuff in there that got to get cleared all the way up, because even all that don't agree. You feel me?
Right.
Like the Nazarene Gospels don't agree 100% with the Essene Gospels, which agree 100% with the Clementine homilies, which agree 100% with the church fathers. No. You know what I mean? It all don't agree either. You see what I'm saying? So it's still certain things that, like for instance, the reincarnation aspect of it. You feel me? Like that totally, like I already wasn't nobody that believed in a reincarnation anyway. But if you deal with resurrection from a biblical perspective, you're still talking about coming back in the flesh.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's still it's still, because reincarnate means to be back in flesh, reincarnate. Well, the resurrection, biblically speaking, is the same thing. The trumpet supposed to blow, you supposed to hear it, and you supposed to raise up out of the grave, back in the flesh.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But resurrection understood from OASPI is like, no, Jack, all that's off.
You want to know what? I got a major
third resurrection. You think?
Right.
This is how you get higher, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then all those
going into that, Molly, it talks about an OASPI house
are from the other side. You know what I mean? It ain't like you coming back in your flesh to get out the grave.
Right.
You see? So
can y'all hear me?
Even the aspect of resurrection dealing with
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Revealing and off the chain to me, if you ask me, because it reveals the first resurrection, second resurrection, and third resurrection and beyond. And what you can proactively do right now to get yourself in position to be eligible for these higher resurrections. You feel me? So it ain't just talk. It's like, look, this is what you need to do so you can have the right type of spiritual grade to be ready when it's time for that for that
practical understanding of it.
Right. And going into that, it talks about in OASPI how Zarathustra was able to mold elements in the appear before men after he was martyred.
Hey, that story of Zarathustra is off the chain if y'all ain't read that. Oh my
God.
So
that thing. So you know what's crazy, right? You know, And then it also says it's a lot of, it's a lot of like it could be contradicting, but it's some mysterious some mysterious stuff that is being revealed with that. Just that alone about what's really going on around us. You know what I'm saying? Once you get to a certain level, I'm sure you are able to, like you said, become gods of your own, you know what I mean, and grow into being able to have because it said that OASP says that you could once you get to a certain level, you're gonna be able to lift your finger and start, you know what I'm saying, catastrophic events, you know what I'm saying, just by the lift of a finger.
You talking about that book of divinity. That
Mhm.
book
Right.
of divinity going to the education, the primary and secondary education.
Education of the
You know
angels,
what I mean? For mortals once they cross over for the first 1,070 years.
Mm-hmm.
You learn to do all type of things, to read sound waves from 1,000 miles away.
And be able to tell what kind of elements was used for the explosion and all that.
Exactly. Being able to hear conversations of a whole armies at one time and know what the cause of the war was and stuff. That's crazy.
The creation and dissipation of worlds. Remember, think about this.
Right.
You got a whole school you're gonna be going to studying how planets are made and how they are dissipated.
Yeah. That's explained in that Fragapati. That must trip me out. And they were studying the vortices from inside the Otivon or whatever starship they was in, looking out the window of it.
Yeah.
That's gonna be amazing to behold, bro. That's gonna look so crazy. We able to see that.
Wow, to me, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, you know what trips me out, right? To be even able to have this type of knowledge. Out of the billions of people on this planet, and they say the best way to hide anything from a black man or black people is by putting it in the book. So whoever got I gotta give my respect to the people who got their hands on OASP first, like Selah Shalom and Cosmo Cal. Like these guys got my utmost respect because I wasn't looking for nothing like OASP. You know what I'm saying? And for me to have been, I found OASP on Shabbat listening to y'all. I'm chilling at the crib on Shabbat like this. Molly goes into OASP. I'm full, I'm full-fledged still praising, Luamong.
My God, today.
Hey, tell the truth and shame the devil, boy.
Man, what?
You know what I mean? Belly on the ground, lower than the footprint. He said something about OASP, bro. I went like, what? What is this? He was in that book of inspiration, and you know what I mean? So yeah, bro. Big up to you, Molly. Respect. Man, much respect.
Sir.
Because
Salute
you guys,
to Molly, man.
Changed my life with that OASP.
The crazy part is, I had already been on the phone behind the scenes with Selah and Cal. You know what I mean? Like I had already been reading it for a couple months and all that. I was already building with them. I'm like, look, man, we need to go ahead and get the Battle of the Holy Books going. Man, we need to get everybody out here that's a practitioner in their book. Get these niggas on stage and let the crowd ask some questions, man. They need to see this OASP in action. So I already was by the time y'all seen Selah on the channel, remember you supposed to have debate dude, and then dude ran, so he basically just did a presentation basically. By the time he ends up on the channel, I had already been a good 4, 5, maybe 6 months already rapping to him. Back and forth, you know what I mean? But I already knew. I say, man, look, I've already read through this scene Nazarene literature. I'm reading this and this lining right up. So I already knew once it got revealed or exposed around the humility, those that was able to hear it and see it was gonna be like, right on, bro. Yeah, right on. You know what I mean? I already knew it.
Yeah, it's so freeing, man. Because just reading it, you able to free yourself up from all that bondage. It even tells you, it's telling you, look, you free. Just don't, you know what I mean? Don't even, and it gives you that closure. Like, look, don't even worry about it, dog. Like, you good. Yeah. You did it. You made it. Now imagine us bruised, you know, when we in that truth, we like, yo, there ain't nothing that's messing with this Bible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then you get Esau, you know what I'm saying, pretty much doing everything that Ezra did, or shoot, the majority of the prophets in the Bible, by being a messenger of the Creator. And being able to use that inspiration and write it in the book. And although it is indirect inspiration, it opens up that much more freedom for us to think for ourselves and become everything that we're supposed to be as, you know, small gods, smaller, little gods.
Man, son,
Lolos.
children of the Creator. You know what I mean? Children of the Creator, bro. It's truly,
Right.
it's truly marvelous. You know, when it sunk into me when I was like, well, because I already knew Israel was gonna be tripping based off who John Newbro appears to be. I already knew Israel was gonna be tripping off that, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Creator hit me and was like, I'm the same one that they say made a donkey speak. I'm the
Right.
same
And
one.
also, you know, we talk about John Newborough, but if you talk about anybody being perfect in the Bible, Job was an Edomite. So, and Job was revered to as, you know, who we refer to in the Bible as, you know, a perfect man, or you know, he was pretty much like the apple of the Creator's eye, and well, in the Bible God's eye. You know what I'm saying? But he was an Edomite. And
Man,
then Esau was, and then on top of that, Esau is still our brother. So regardless of how we look at it, that's still big bro.
Hey, you know the crazy part about it is the liberating part for me is the tribal warfare. Creator ain't tripping off your concentrated forms of melanin, and you thinking, man, none of that. None of that. Either you a solid individual inside or you not.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that just made all the sense in the world to me. It's like, yeah, because I already rock like that for real. I already come around, and if it be like say I slide through and holler at some of my people, whatever, they got a domino game going or a spade game going, but I come through the door and I feel some bad vibes. You feel me? Look, bro. In spirit, I'm reading these cats. In spirit, I'm like, I'm watching dude. You know what I mean? I ain't gullible, like, oh man, he darker than me, he got the same skin as me, we all kinfolk. No. You know what I mean? Like, I already rock, like, look, bro, something can go left field. You need to be paying attention to what you're doing and where you at out here. I already rock like that anyway. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
right.
To see it be like, look, that's what it's about. That's what it's been about. You deal with men out here based off who they are spiritually.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And that goes back to what Cosmo was saying about the God of the Bible and Satan, right? If you look at your brothers, right, niggas that look, I mean, let me excuse my French, dudes that look just like you, right? Now let's do that same comparison with the Bible God and Satan. How they talk about how Satan killed, you know, hundreds of thousands of people, and I mean, Satan only killed 10 people, but the God of the Bible killed, you know, hundreds of thousands of people.
Millions.
But when you look at white people and black people, right? If you look at the white man, he ain't really busting. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. The police, they got bodies, but they ain't got as much bodies as LeBron now.
Right.
They're not knocking. I'm from LA. You feel me? I'm from a place where the gang tension is so high that when you go outside, you're not looking for the police to come kill you. You're looking for people that look just like you to come get you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You looking at either people that look just like you or the Hispanics.
Right.
And them, they pretty much us. They just speak Spanish. Yeah. Because when you go to they areas, they in the hood too. You know what I'm saying? They got baby mama drama. They in and out of jail. You know what I'm saying? So, and then, you know, of course, systematically, it's systematic. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, we gotta, you know, that's us. We have to take responsibility on all levels. You know what I'm saying? As far as you know, looking at things how we look at it, because, you know, our own is, you know, the ones who taking us out and don't got no problem doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I like what was liberating for me is when creators say every man is free to learn of him in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
That made sense to me, all the sense in the world, because everybody within the Israelite movement, none of them agree on none of it. I'm talking about from a new moon to a full moon to a feast day, what day the Sabbath is, fringes and zeets, multiple wives, no wife, one wife, multiple other nations get salvation or they don't, slavery, no slavery. These niggas, they don't agree on nothing. You dig? So how liberating is that? To be and not for me just to be a spectator, but I've been teaching in Israel since a very long time. So how liberating is that for me to be like to know the doctrine, read it and all that, and then read a WASPI and it says, "Hey, every man is free to learn of me in their own way." Man, that took so much pressure off me. I said, "Oh, okay,
man, that for me too, big bro Melly. That right there was so liberating, bro. Tell you, I think I heard Cosmo and Cal say that first. You know what I mean? And that's when I knew I wasn't going to hell no more. I didn't have to worry about my chestnuts roasting for eternity.
Oh, not only that, right? Not only are you not going to hell, but the hell that you once believed was what it was ain't even forever. So if you end up in there, you know that you're gonna just be, you're gonna get that whooping, get them hands put on you, and then you gotta, check up out of there.
You get that DP and get up out of there. You feel me?
Right.
That made so much sense to me, man.
What up,
That's DP, and you didn't learn from it. All right,
exactly.
You done raise your vibration just from the DP. Like, I just learned something.
See that?
Sometimes pain, that's what pain is for.
The inspiration and pain to level you up, man. That's my brother in the background, y'all. That's my brother.
I see what bro Casey say. Bro, I was feeling like I had to save my whole family from hellfire.
Right.
For real.
Hey, it's so cold out here, right? The people who who really believe, think about the pastors who really are. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of good pastors who really believe in that word. You know what I'm saying? And don't know. They have no clue that, once they cross over, it's going to be millions of Christ that walk up and say, and whichever one get a hold of them.
Yeah, man.
It says there are millions of these false gods that will
get right in the atmosphere, bro. Millions of Christ, Buddhas, Brahmas. Man, there's so many of these cats, Mohammedans. It's like, oh my God, bro.
And what a trip off the fact that the lowest heaven ain't even fathomable to man. We can't even fathom the glory of the first resurrection.
I'm already here. Big homie Nehemiah. Yeah. Big homie in the building. Talk to me.
What it do, bro? All y'all cats going in that little box, bro. Y'all cats tripping. All y'all cats going in that box, bro.
Well, they stupid. We're gonna be roasted, huh?
Losing for eternity, man. What's going on?
Not Jerusalem for eternity, no. Salute, big bro. How you feeling, man?
Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
I've been rocking with y'all since Nehemiah.
Good to be free from all that religion, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, y'all hear me? I've been rocking with you since Nehemiah was doing the monologues. Honor and humility.
Yeah, boy, I hear you in St. Louis.
Grill all in the camera.
Neck of the woods and don't holler, man.
Eating hot Cheetos.
You ain't hollering at your brother, man. You going off.
What's up?
Going off.
Blessings, bro.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you get that number when you get off this stage, man. Well, you can ask anybody in this stage or on the room. My number known by everybody, so.
Hey, VP, Nehemiah pulled right up on you. You know what I mean? Whenever you in St. Louis, bro, make sure you holler at the big homie. He pulled right up on you.
I'm gonna definitely pull up if I come to St. Louis, man. I need some watermelon and some grapes. You feel me? We gonna do a real faithful style, man, on the front lawn under the sun. You dig?
Hey, big homie, Nehemiah, talk to me about the class
right now, bro. I got me a guided sandwich from what you call it probably Panera Bread. See, we call it St. Louis bread.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Boy, I got some of them peppers, boy, some tomatoes, some of that parsley, all that good stuff going on there.
Boy, I just had me a veggie sandwich
Hey,
earlier.
man, what you doing on? What you doing with the gangster lean up in the whip, man? I see you. Boy,
you got to, man. Boy,
what you on, man?
You know what I'm saying, boy? Got that St. Louis fitting on, boy.
Yeah, what you on, man?
Hey, I don't know what it is with me.
Hey,
I'm from Los Angeles. I got people from St. Louis though in LA that I really rock with. You know what I'm saying? I got people that live in LA that are from St. Louis that are like really close folks to me, like really, really close. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what's up, bro.
So for me to be out here,
go ahead and tap on in with NehemiYAH, man.
Yeah. I like it out here, man. It's real cool. I was in the war zone one day. I couldn't believe that was I'm you know where I'm from it's crazy, but I was driving through I was off of like the 170 on that side, and boy, I was over there. I had got off the freeway to drop this load. I was going to the XPO over there, and I was like, yo, I was looking around. I was like, yo, this is crazy, bro. I'm talking about brick buildings with just like, bro, people living in there. It's boarded up. The brick was falling off the wall on the outside.
Boy, that building has so many drooges in it, boy.
Bro, I'm like, yo, this thing right here.
It's not a game. Hey, they still got that brown light going on down here, boy.
Hey, NehemiYAH.
Yo,
go ahead and talk to us though. What you think about the class today, brother?
Hey, look, everything. Hey, look, bro. The reason why they voted that Nazarene thing out, bro, because listen, like you said, it was 3 understandings: the Sadducees, Pharisees, and then the Nazarenes, right? They don't want that type of light in the world, bro, because they want to control the minds of men, right? It's just like a candle, bro, right? It takes one candle to light 1,000 candles, right? Just it takes like the wisdom of the Messiah to free or to up, you know what I'm saying, to tighten up 1,000,000 souls. But guess what? He still never loses his light. Just like it takes the light of one man like you, like these brothers in here on the chat, let your light shine, man. You could light up 1,000 people. And guess what? It still don't diminish from your light. I just wanted to add that. You know what I'm talking about? Because you brought everything together, Malik. So ain't really too much to speak on. You brought everything together. You can't get around it. I just wanted to share that because that was in my spirit all that time. I said, man, just the light of the Creator. And I was just thinking about candles. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you know what? One candle can light 1,000 candles.
Right.
We always talk about peace, love, and light. You know what I'm saying? That's all I was on, bro. I don't know, that was in my spirit heavy.
Yeah, man, just letting everybody know they ain't got nothing to be afraid of, bro. How many times did you hear Essenes and Israelite today?
What? The real Israelites. I love how you put that. The real Israelites ain't eating no meat.
What?
They don't want no bloodshed. They ain't about no war. That makes sense. The real people of God, like you explained how the Messiah traveled all the way east. Mm-hmm. All the way back to where Abraham came from, Chaldeans. Mm-hmm. That boy learned how to master everything, talking to beasts. I said, wow. Everything that brother's scared of. He was like, hey, peace to the brothers who deal with herbs, peace to the brother who deal with crystals. You know, it's like all the stuff that's voodoo to everybody now.
Yeah.
God gave us the whole earth for our healing, for our learning, for our good. And a man get a little something, he gets spooked. Boy, we the most spookism Israelites I ever seen in my life, man. You know, and like you said, it's so good to be free now. And that's the word I love hearing my brothers on here say. And I pray my people in the audience are saying the same thing, is to be free from that stuff. Now, again, we know when somebody uses something for evil. Don't get it twisted. We know it get used that way too. But I'm not messed up like YAH'KI using herbs to heal somebody. That ain't wicked.
Right.
Like YAH'KI talks about how different crystals and give off different energies of healing. He even goes down to break down the different fractations in the crystals and the way the light. Man, bro, what's evil about that? So, all I'm saying, man, it like you said, like everybody been saying, I've been listening for the last few minutes. Man, it's free to let that weight up off your chest from all that old spookism, bro. That dogma. And like you said too, man, don't know two Israelites, bro. We was in a class, we was in a group. We ain't got to speak about nobody else's. We was in a group. You had everything from flat earth to round earth, multiple wives, no multiple wives, marry a heathen,
Fact.
don't marry a heathen.
Fact.
Heathens come to Passover. Heathen can't come to Passover.
Easter Sunday and shit.
Yeah, hey, keeping pagan holidays with family. Come on, bro. I'm talking about us, not me and you individually.
Right.
But I'm not gonna act like, bro, I didn't see the weirdest things in Israel, bro, that will blow your mind within our own assembly.
Right.
I ain't speaking about nobody else. Okay, nobody say I'm nobody else. I'm talking about what me and Malaki experienced.
Mm-hmm.
And in the mouth of two witnesses, let every word be what?
Facts. Facts, brother. Facts.
Bro, I seen weed smoking. I seen drunk till you fall out, can't remember.
That's alchemy right there.
Bro, I seen what? I seen wife swapping. I seen whoredom like you never seen whoredom poured out.
Gang banging, shit.
Gang banging, thugging. And listen, I even had a problem with laying on hands on certain bruises because I got a small temper. I do. But not better. But NehemiYAH got that, NehemiYAH known for laying hands on bruises when they don't get right.
That's hilarious.
NehemiYAH will lay hands on you. He ain't got no problem with touching.
That's funny.
But
yeah, man, we all been through all of that stuff, man. It's real life out here. This ain't no play thing. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you know what I'm saying? Like I've come too far. I made it through too much, man, to go through all that mess in Israel, bro. You know what I'm saying? I could have stayed in the streets for that. Hey, look. Let me show you something. I'm in the ghetto, bro. I'm in the That's where I stay at. I'm always in the hood. I ain't never got no problem being around my people. I love them. I talk to them every day, all day. When everybody else come and holler, I come and holler. When there's problems in the hood, they call me.
Hey,
yo,
I got a testimony, man. This spirit going. You hear me? Like, the wife, she kind of just, you know what I'm saying, we have our little conversations, and she on so she just really started getting into reading, because I'm like, I got all these books, go ahead, pick one up, you know what I'm saying? But I just have conversations with her, you know what I'm saying? We go back and forth on some things. She questioned me and all that. Man, this how I know that spirit going, man. She's driving, and it's a guy she had took to get a phone from somebody, right?
Right.
And the phone, he got the phone from the dude, and I guess the dude locked it, and he gave him the money. He like, you know what I'm saying, what's going on? He was the dude over here like, well, what's the problem? You know what I'm saying? And he over there clutching. Man, I promise you, he like the wife looked out the window, bro. Talk to this man with the softest, most peaceful spirit, and calmed him all the way down. He was ready to pop, dude. Just because look, and I'm talking about the dude that was selling the phone. He came off with that type of spirit. He already had the spirit when they drove up. But she had, hey, she quelled that warring spirit so fast, man. I just wanted to give that testimony, man. Just, not even to me. That's cold.
Man. Bless her.
All praise. St. Louis, but they pop out.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we talk about people all the time, man. It's just like, what I'm saying.
You know what's crazy too, man? Let's check this out too, man. While we talking about being able to transmute negative energy and spirits and stuff, and people be rah and all that extra stuff they do. But you know, Yeshua and the Essenes were big on diet, right? That's one of the first laws the Creator teaches is how to eat properly, so that we can balance the energies, right? When you eat a carnivorous diet, according to OSP, that's what put the blood, the acid in your system, to where now you ready to be it's easier for you to pop off and get angry. Nehemiah said he used to be a brother that was quick to anger, put his hands on you quick. Now you change your diet, it's easier for you to calm down, take a step back and breathe before you act. Because the alchemy in the fruit, in nature, in Mother Earth is alkaline. So it takes the fire out your blood. Now you're not mad. Now you're not ready to beat nobody behind. You know what I'm saying? And you don't know that. You don't know that until you test Creator and take him at his word through faith and say, well, let me try it. Let me just fill my stomach up with watermelons and grapes and bananas and orange. Let me just fill my body up with that energy source and see how much different I behave afterwards. Because I know if I fill my body up with liquor, I'm going to behave this way.
Right.
See, so once, like, when you actually...
Go ahead. Down. You sure right. I ain't even put that together. I mean, I know it, but I didn't put it together. I didn't sync it up. But you absolutely right.
Man, you start after a couple years of not eating no animal flesh, no dead animals, no blood in your mouth. After a couple months and years of that, bro, you start really realizing, bro, I ain't been quick off the top of my mouth out in a long time. You know,
lemonade from now, you got lemonade with agave in it, like all
yes,
that stuff.
Sir. Yes, sir. Bless up, all praises, man. Yeah. That alkalinity
with honey in it. That was that deal too. I'm over her now off burdock root and watermelon.
Oh man, you good. Yeah, you real good.
Look, nephew be on it, boy. Hey. Nephew be getting it in, boy.
Man, as soon as I get off this tour and get this last check, I'm finna hit YAH'KI up, nigga. Give me the 3 bitters. You feel me? I might hit Selah up too, get a little cleanse. I'm just gonna tap in with the herbalist, man, and do a cleanse because the new year coming. You know, it's a lot of stuff going on in the ethers and the cosmos and the planets is moving. And, you know, I'm just trying to prepare my cells and myself, my system, both my physical body and my spirit to be able to vibrate as high as I can. So
definitely, we all need to be on. Hey, anybody got that? Look, even if you don't got it, anybody got dealings with arthritis, you hear me? We got these phones too. You know what I'm saying? You just holding this phone all the time, you know what I'm saying? That radiation getting in your hands. Get that red clover blossom, make that red clover blossom tea. That'd be helping me out.
Lovely. My mama got arthritis.
Arthritis.
I ain't got arthritis in my hand, but you know this whole body I got definitely got arthritis. I got osteoarthritis.
You said what's the herb called, brother?
It's gonna be called either red clover leaf or red clover blossom.
Okay, red clover. All right, I'm gonna tell my mama she got arthritis too.
Clear my house
out. The big bag.
You had me clear my house out.
Oh, that boy, yeah, he got the big bag.
All the vitamins I had, boy. Nephew, what was that you were telling me about? I had to go through my whole vitamin cabinet. Boy, you had me clean my whole vitamin cabinet out.
Oh yeah, that dang, what was what was that? That's gonna have to come back to me. I'm gonna text you just so you can text everybody else.
It was dang, what was it? B12. It was B12.
Yeah, that vitamin B12. Yeah, because it was like it was saying it fights something acidic, but it has this. The vitamin got the same thing that it's saying it's supposed. So if you look up the definition of the vitamin, right, it got the same thing that it say it fight, but in that same definition, that mug say if this is present, if this some whatever acidic property is present, hold on, baby, whatever acidic property is present, then it can't fight it. I'm like, well, if it got it in there, how can it fight it?
Wow, that
don't even make sense. They fooling us. You hear me?
Wow, that's crazy, man.
And he said, hey, look this up, Uncle, on the back of your thing. If your B12 said it got this in it, that's the wrong one. Throw it out, man. I had like 3 large bottles of that B12.
That's great. Hey, but you know what's funny? While we talk about healing and how creative spirit just be moving, man, I'm about to let y'all go, so I got to slide. But my little nephew called me last night, and he told me, hey, Uncle, I need your help. My teacher wants me to write a rap song about the effects of drugs. And so I started educating them on pharmaceutical drugs versus the natural herbs of the earth. And now he writing a rap about it, the difference between natural healing and pharmaceutical healing. So, you know, the
spreading that
creator,
light.
yeah, the creator he's raising up the kids. You know what I'm saying? It's Jaja's children is the focus for me. You know, I'm like, I know a lot of Negroes want to rah Millie mouth and argue about this doctrine and that, and they, you know, y'all Negroes is grown. Creator is everywhere present with y'all. We gotta lift these kids up. You know what I'm saying too. So to hear my nephew call me and let me know that his teacher was inspired to teach the kids about healing, that's just cool. So, you know, all praise to the ever present Creator, man. We're gonna be all right out here. He's undefeated.
All praises. All
All
praises.
praise. Hey,
Yes,
one last thing. We need to and this for everybody in the chat too, man. We need to link up, get these herbs, get this fruit, man, get a hall somewhere and do that. And to do some type of communion, man. Right, to get the community together real quick. Get the sons and daughters of light, guys and goddesses.
Get together, have a fellowship, boy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
we can't get into this higher truth and then cut that out. You hear me?
Yeah,
Right, yeah, we gotta keep it linked up, man. Shout out to Yahweh. Me and Yahweh got a chance to link up when I was out in LA. I'm gonna be back out there soon. So if any of the faithists is out there that's listening to chat, I'm gonna be at the YouTube theater and stuff. You know what I mean? We can link up for a couple of days and rap about a wise fee, uplift each other. That's what me and Yahweh did, man. It was beautiful linking, you know what I mean? So yeah, we gotta stay on that. But I'm with it, y'all. Just tap in with me whenever, man. I'm gonna slide, y'all. Salute to
All
the
right,
faith,
peace, love, and
man.
life, family.
All right,
Much love to y'all, peace, brother. Yes, sir.
I'm about to get up off here too, y'all. It's been over 4 hours because that first one had
Right.
about an hour and a half, all jacked up and it's
all
crazy.
right, man. I'm gonna pick up the wife and her twin from the hospital, man. Keep my family in prayer. My wife, older sister, in the hospital, man. High blood pressure so bad she got a brain bleed. They can't even stop.
Absolutely,
Most definitely.
Also,
Most
Abdiel just hit me up and said his rib got in an accident last night.
Oh,
Abdiel. So I'm about to call him as soon as I get off this live and see what's going on.
Let's call him on the three-way, man. I want to check on
keep all our loved ones in your prayers, you know. Hey, but most importantly, don't forget to pray for yourself, man. You know,
right.
Like all them jewels that we've been showing over the years, how to get that spirit active and all that's still valid, man. What we've been showing y'all over the years, I actually use on myself. When I tell you, boy, motion is motion, boy. That motion get to move me.
Man, eternal motion.
Don't forget to pray for yourself as well, man. You know what I mean? As long as others, but as well as yourself. You know what I mean? Because you need to be protected and provided for out here too, as you out here working righteous work for your neighbors and all that. You dig? So ain't nothing but love over this way, family, love and life over there. Don't forget though, remember our loved ones in these hours of need. You dig? Prayers is definitely up, and they should always be up. You feel me?
Right.
Even if you just say to the creator, healing of your healing, power of your power, hand of your hand. You know what I mean? You see it, you feel it, you claim it. Hell, we out here doing.
Right.
You know what I mean? And whatever skip across your plate you don't agree with, say it. I don't agree with that. I don't agree to be sick right now. I don't got time for it.
Man. Hey man, me and my family have been sick in so long. It's been beautiful.
That's that talk that make niggas nervous. Like, yo, you gotta be proactive in this. You can't just sit back and wait for something to happen. Boy, say something.
Boy, man, pump that spirit up off for you.
Oh, man.
All right, so hey, look, peace, love, and light, man, and abundance of healing, man. And I definitely send it out to everybody that is within and without. Most definitely.
Hey, Nee, they call me the slim homie now, big dog.
Yeah.
Not slim homie.
Hey, look at Yahweh. Yahweh say big homie turned into slim big. In Casey say, you see him dreadful cars, man, I peeped it too. So we ain't just talking like we not eating on animals no more, y'all. We actually been off that deal 2.5 years, and brothers is feeling marvelous around here.
Man.
Marvelous, you dig? But I'm out of here, y'all. Love and light. I love y'all
Love
forever,
and
man.
Love y'all.
It's an honor to be on this journey with every last one of you brothers and sisters. You feel me? Pray for us, and we continue to pray for y'all. And don't forget to pray for yourself as well. You know what I mean?
Pray for yourself.
Love and light. You dig? And remember, the things you read about, you gonna do greater. The things you read about, you gonna do greater. I salute you all in the name of the all ever present, all in all that always was, that always is, and always ever shall be the mighty creator. The creator is unstoppable, baby.
Ooh.
Till the next time. Love and light, family. I'm about her.
Yahoo!
Yahoo, shalom.
Oh.